Well, howdy, friends. Happy Sunday. A nice early hello. How's everyone doing? How's your weekend? Talk to me. Sorry. Getting the coffee. Hi, Roxy. There we go. Hi, friends. Hi, Mr. Song. Olive. How we doing, friends? Coconut, Aussie, good to see you. Little David. What's up, Aaron? Game with me. Hello. What's up, Splat? Promise, good to see you. Hi, Crow. Crow, we're going to be here today, friend. Because of possible things and stuff. Yeah. Himawari, hello. My weekend's good. Been hanging with the fam a lot. Yeah. A lot of hanging with fam. AJ, thank you for the 5-month prime. I'm clapping. Hi, Cashley. Pam, good to see you. Okay. Today, I'm going to load up Phas. We're going to get right into it. At some point today, I don't know when, word on the street is we are supposed to get a little love from Twitch on the front page side of things, which I've actually never had before. So, yeah. Finally went kayaking, spent some time with the bestie. Ooh, nice. Nice. All right. Here, we'll switch over to here while I get Phas open, but we won't waste a lot of time getting the game going. Hello. Yeah. So there's no guaranteed time. There's no guaranteed length of time. It's just a, hey, this should happen today at some point. We'll see how it goes. So we'll just do our thing. Keep trucking. Enjoy ourselves. North, thank you for the 9 months. It's a baby.
Welcome back.
You scared me? Oh, how dare you? Oh, how dare you? Hi, Sparkle. Scared you with my face. How dare you? Okay. Hey, Mermaid. Good to see you. T1 Smudge. Long time no see. Good to see you. Hello. 11 months. People ask why I use you all the time. Just by the way, side note. And I tell them. I try to explain and, you know. We do our best. But thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. Hey, Minnie. Hey, Meg. What's up? Dropped in to say hello. Gonna have to learn working on my car. What do you mean? Is something happening with the car and you have to try to figure it out yourself? That's not fun. No worries. Lurk away. Look up as many videos as you got if you have to. Oh my God. Is that Templar? Oh no, it's Sparkle. Okay. Hey YouTube, what's up, dude? Blood Moon, good to see you. All right. So, our classic, nice and comfy Phasmo Sunday, per the usual. Insert name. What's up, dude? Welcome in. Good to see you. Hi, Stinkies. Let's get these bones. Roger that. Having someone playing Phas in the background while I crochet. Listen, I like having someone playing Phas in the background as well. I do the same thing when I'm editing videos. When I'm editing videos, I'll have somebody playing Phas. And just sometimes I even have, like, if I have to worry about the audio, I'll mute them, but I'll still have them going and still try to pay attention without hearing what they're saying. Yeah. I do the same thing. Love the music. Yeah, Sunday's the chill. It's supposed to be the chill. Yeah. It never is. It never is, but it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be. Yeah. If it's the spine bone, just say gotcha back. I hate it here.
I've gathered a list of other hunters asking for help.
I feel like this would throw me off because they would have Phaz sounds mixed with your video. Oh yeah. There are people that come in that are like, hey, I'm watching you while playing Phaz also. I've tried to do that before. Yeah. The second they have an event happen, I poop my pants because I think that an event is happening. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. Enjoy having one of my favorite. Oh, promise. That's super kind of you to say, friend. Thank you. Thank you. Sundays are for cleaning the house and watching Phaz. Hey, man, listen, you got your ritual. You got your thing that you do. You stick to it, right? You stick to it. I play Phaz while watching others. It's a struggle. The hunts and things throw you off. Yeah, if I'm playing, I might have someone up on the other screen, but there's no way I have audio playing. There's people like Sailor does this. I know others that do this where they'll play with music. I can't do that. I can't bring myself to doing that. I can't play this game while listening to music. Are tier 1 smudge sticks the best tier? It's definitely per the person. When it comes to any of this equipment, when it comes to any of this, it is completely up to you. I would never say, yes, this is the best no matter what. It is totally up to you. It's completely up to you. I will give my suggestions like, I think this is the best because, and then, you know, I would highly recommend doing some trial and error and saying, yes, I tried it myself and I agree this is the best. Or I tried it myself and I don't agree with him. I like this better. It's totally up to you. Totally up to you. But there are definitely more preferred tiered items over others, for sure. This is now officially gone to become a poo-poo item. It used to be really good. Jazzy, thank you for the 5 subs. Appreciate you, friend. Yeah. It is per the user, friend. Absolutely work your way through a prestige and try every single tiered item. Try everything that you can. That way you can say for yourself, well, I don't like the tier 1 smudge. I like being able to slow down the ghost. So I'm going to go tier 2. Yeah. The best is definitely tier 3 suitcase to bring in all the time in the house. This is the best tier. Wait, oh, this is the tier 3. Sorry, that's tier 2. Did you see the texture load in? This is the best. I agree. Hi, Mike. Good to see you, friend. Guys, if you want some info about this damn game, that's the man right there. That's the man. He's got all the infos. All the educations right there. Hi, Pyro. Do you think the suitcases are teasing to new equipment? No, I think these suitcases have nothing to do with anything. I think these suitcases are here to allow them to aesthetically make this area look better. I'll turn that. The music started getting intense. I think without these here, this doesn't look as aesthetically pleasing. So they added them there just for something. Represent the loadout back when there were only 3. Yeah. Well, there you go. Of a time of what was. Is my... Hold on. Video. Shadow. Okay, no, my textures are full. Okay. It's just weird. Like, even this. Like, that. I didn't realize that the texture distance on that was that low. That was weird. Yeah. Console release is going to be Halloween. Yep. During the Halloween event time. Not necessarily the Halloween day. Halloween event time. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Mike, how's your week been, man? I haven't had a chance to participate that much. Dude, work has been freaking work. So many freaking meetings. Woof. Freaking woof. Rack, thank you for the bit, man. All right. Let's start with a nice cash nightmare run and let's go to Edgefield. Busy getting stuff done for the thing. Yes! For the thing that you cannot commit to. Listen, man. Every time I want to, all of a sudden, the second I'm like, I have time, work is like, no, you don't. I know. There's something I've been trying to talk to Mike about and helping, well, not helping, participating in, been a failure. I've been a failure. I accept these things. I accept what I am. Wish I had your confidence. What confidence? We'll find a way. We'll find a way. Grant Sweeney. Cleanse, capture, and firelight. Let's rock. Flash, you failure. Okay. Roger that. Noted. Writing down in my journal. Okay. Hey, Fancy. Good to see you. Oh, I didn't do the thing. Oh, whoops. Whoopsie. Hold. Okay, we're good. All right, let's rock. Need to work up the guff to go beyond professional. We'll say this over and over and over, man. The jump from professional to nightmare is a very large leap. 'Tis a large leap. It is not one to be taken lightly. So, fair enough. Ghosty. Hello. Someone, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What up, Salt? Serious, good to see you. Alright, no hiding, no juice. The juice is in the basement, which is fine. Miss Squeeze Me, what did you do? Oh, the painting. Oh, well, crap. That could be any of these rooms. All right. Well, you're up here somewhere, so let me get the juice. What up, Wes? How are you? Can I share my game settings? Yeah. Yeah, I can do it after this game. We'll do a pause and I'll show you my settings. It's nothing. It's crazy. Nothing crazy. I loop good. Listen. What made that clip funnier is that she plays DBD a lot now. She used to main Phas. Bone. Was there a bone down there? Did I just go too fast? Spicy, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the gifted, homie. Maybe hallway? Hey, what's up, Revenant? I don't know. It's over here somewhere. We'll go get equipment and then we'll let the house warm up a little bit since we got the power on. Oh, I was going too fast. It was the skull in the basement. Oh, okay. You can loop good though. Okay, that's cool, I guess. Sure. I'm gonna write that down and tell it at parties. Yeah. Basement boat. We got the power. Ghosty. Do the ting. Lurkies and Murkies. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you, man. Brother, ew. What's so difficult about nightmare mode? The difficulty with nightmare mode is that you don't get all the evidence. You don't get all the evidence, and sometimes the ghosties just don't want to be they don't want to act like the ghosty that they should be. So you get you get deceived very quickly. Yeah. So you want to be careful, SpongeBob. Are you not doing anything because you're a hallway ghost and I turned the light on, so now you're just being very passive? Is that what's happening here? Like the trash boat? Hey, yeah, I had the trash boat over there once. A walk. Thanks for the follow, dude. What's up? Hey, Saf. Obviously, you very much so need me to say hi to you. So I'll say hi. Hi. Yeah. Yeah. Nightmare isn't the problem. Going into the house is. Ayo. Ayo. All right. I have no idea where the ghost is. We're going to do this. It's not doing diddly squat. So let's see if we can use this. Let's see. Thank you, Song. All right, 12 here. 12 here. Shade in the hallway. It dropped a painting over there in the living room, but it might be over here. I like how you can pause the tier 3 dots. Yes, it makes it so much better. So much better. What up, Arthur? How are you, homie? Dude. No idea. Is it upstairs? Where you at, bruh? About to get a smudge and make it hunt. You son of a bitch. It is up here. What? Potty ghost? It's an upstairs ghost. Hi, Tika. Goo. Oh, okay. Now we want to wake up? Roger that. And then we fart on us. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. And it's freezing. What the f... It can't be a wraith, a phantom, a banshee. What is it doing down here? Why are you here? All right. We need to be careful, SpongeBob. Why? Justin, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the follow. Can't blame a ghost for being sleepy. But listen, why'd it come downstairs in the first place? Play Nightmare, yeah. Yeah. Oh, it came to the door. Oh, it heard the door open, it heard an intruder. That makes sense. That makes sense. We were being the jerk. Yo, doctor, thank you for the bits, man. Appreciate you, dude. All right, let's take one of these guys, and I'm gonna grab one of these because I have a feeling bad stuff's gonna happen. We have one piece of evidence, so we're gonna bring in more stuff to find the other. Oh, Lord knows what it could be. Bro, what is a ghost type? Well, we don't know what the ghost type is, bro. That's why we're trying to hunt, bro. Yeah, that's the whole point of looking, bro. Bro. Yep, not a mare, bro. Yeah, bro? Yeah, bro. Look, can't be a mare, bro. Hey, Silver, how are you? Doing well. How's it going? Wait a minute. Oh. Bastages. You know what I haven't seen in person yet? I haven't seen fingerprints on the controller or the little lamps. Yeah. Just get evidence, bro. F these shoes, bro. Wait, why is that green? What the hell? Hi, Dave. Hey. Oh, he's like, yeah, F these shoes. Agreed upon. All right, let's go get more stuff. Peak dad energy, bro. Yeah, skibbity. Saw fingerprints on a remote for the first time today. Hey, I've seen a picture of it, but I haven't actually seen it. Oh, that's fucking terrifying. You know, it really kicks it up a notch when you have when you got that guy going. With that on, it really amps it up, you know? Sheesh. Why can't you use EMF and no evidence runs? Isn't it? Why can you use EMF and no evidence runs? Because the EMF can be used to find things that have nothing to do with the actual EMF 5. EMF 5 is evidence. Getting EMF 2 or 3 or 4 lets you know about activity. So EMF 2 is an interaction. EMF 3 is a throw. EMF 4 is a manifestation. EMF 5 is a 25% chance of a 2 or a 3. So like when you, a 25% chance, the 2 or a 3 can be an EMF 5 if it's an EMF 5 ghost. There's a 25% chance of it. You know what I mean? So the reason for even using an EMF reader on a no evidence run is to find where the ghost is. It's to find where it is. I'm not looking for EMF 5. I'm looking for the ghost. So if you see me on a no evidence run going in like this, I'm not trying to find EMF 5. I'm trying to find where the ghost is. Yeah. Also, you can use it to figure out certain types of ghosts. Wraith, phantom, like if a ghost is stalking you a certain way. You know what I mean? Hey, Vid. What's up, Ms. V? Yeah, so it gives more information than just the 5. Nah, I mean. All right, ghosty is spicy. It broke the lights, but it doesn't mean anything because it's not. It can't be a mare. I haven't even brought the camera up there. It might be orbs. It might be orbs. Mar, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you, man. You know that? Yeah. Yeah, the EMF is a useful tool, friendo. Super useful tool. Yeah. We already know it's freezing, so that doesn't mean squat. I see no Orbeez. Not yet, bro. No, yet, bro. No, bro. Cat's trying to steal the cream cheese off my bagel. Sounds like a country song. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Ooh. Well, we don't have orbs. So... I'm not. Wait, you're not what? I don't think it's a mimic. By the way, F these shoes. Just... Why? Just F them. Not a mimic. I don't think so. No. No. I could be cursed. It could be a Moroi. Twins, Onryo, Moroi. A hunt will give this away, more than likely. I wonder what the curse... I didn't see what the curse object was it? Or did I? Love the light effect that glow sticks and dots give together. Yeah. It's a Moro. Hey. I did not. Well, let's go find it. I'm going to bring a double smudge in case stuff goes down. Well, let's go get the bone while we're at it. Yeah? Bone is in the basement? Let's go get it. I think someone said they saw... Who said they saw a skull? Let's talk about anatomy. The hell? It's almost a skull. Because it's part of a body? Gamer Wolf! Hi, friend! Oh, you guessed it. Oh, they guessed it was a skull. Well, no, it was after somebody was like, hey, I saw the bone. And then someone's like, it's a skull. Like, I don't think so. The toilet is legit like 5 feet that way. It's not that hard. Hi, Eve. How are you? Damn. No, thank you. Oh, it's Fwank. Hi, Fwank. Dude, relax. Do you get a cursed possession on Nightmare? Yeah. Yeah, on the only game mode that you do not, like the only preset game mode that you don't get a cursed possession on is Insanity. That's it. Yeah, Gamer Wolf, thank you so much for the subs, friend. But Nightmare, you do. Yep. Nightmare is wonderful, friend. 'Tis wonderful. Shadow, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome. Okay, so we can use Frank. We can cause a hunt, which will basically tell us what it is. I need a photo, though, and a firelight. I need a photo and a firelight. Hi, Janelle. What's up, Michaela? How we doing, friends? How we doing, dude? We need photo, firelight, cleanse. So let's get firelight, these two guys. Only have 50 cases in Phas. Frank is so floppy. I know. Chinkus loves him. It's his homie. You're inevitably going to come this way. It'll be fine. Do I have another one on me? I do. It's right there. Did they change the spirit box? So an older video of you sounded better than now. Define better. Because I can explain why it is the way it is now. Has Phas ever deleted progress? Whenever they did the prestige system, they had to. So everyone started on the same playing field. They had to. Watching with the start of a head cold. I hope you feel better. I'm sorry. All right, we got the firelight. We're gonna go sit up there with a. We're gonna go sit up there with a camera and try and get a photo. Sounded clearer. So by sounded clearer, you mean the voice, that creepy voice that it sounded like. So the reason for the change of the spirit box was they wanted it to be more realistic. They wanted it to be more realistic because whenever you're using a spirit box, what it does is it draws words from radio stations. So it's pulling words from radio stations. You're not like pulling the voice from a ghost and then it's saying some creepy stuff over the comm to you in a creepy voice. That's why. That was the whole intention. Yeah. Hey Luke, what's up, friend? How are you? Any tips for who want to get into Phas or are new to Phas? Always know where to hide, friend. That's always one of my #1 pieces of advice. Right here. Yeah, if you hear that one, that one's me. Your pet frog is sleeping. Okay. Jiminy Christmas. Oh, hey. I was just coming up here for this. What a swell fella. I like you. You're neat. He's so nice. I mean, he did burst the lights over here. I mean, that's kind of jerkish, but that's okay. 1-star ghost photo. You shut your butt. Song. No, yeet and delete. Yeet and delete. The fact that it hasn't yet is wild. We'll do that for just a sight line. Frank. Hi, Frank. We're never gonna make it hunt now. There we go. Get the other side of the ghost. Oh, photo. Luke, that's probably not something you want to share in chat, friend. I'm sorry, but... Is that Fast Twin? Hey, Kython, how are you? Is that Fast Twin? All right, let me wait here for a sec. Hold, please. Hold. I need to go here. Oh, gosh. Oh, goodness. We're going to wait for Ghosty. I'm going to wait for another hunt anyway, so it's okay. I just ate the crucifix. Okay. There we go. Holding. Sorry. Pull the heart pin. Yeah, very purposefully. Very, very purposefully. We wanted to hunt. We wanted to hunt. Might eat the crucifix again. Or not. Hey, Ari, how are you? I'm good. Oh, never mind. How's my sanity not just absolutely tanked? That doesn't make any sense. How is it not just obliterated right now? Ghosty said, "You thought, Frank? Come on, man, get with the program." Hold on, we'll pull more pins in a second. Took pills before the ghost photo? I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. All right. Well, let's pull some more because each pin is 5%. The heart pin is 10. So Ghosty should get faster. You son of a bitch! I was gonna go get sanity so I could show you guys the sanity trick where you take sanity during a hunt with a Moroi to listen to it slow down. I could do that on the next hunt. Are we still holding? That's up to you. Dealer's choice. You're holding your face? I mean, that was one heck of a decision. Do I have a video about hiding places that are not hiding places but work? No, I'm gonna... Is it still going? I'm gonna make one. I was waiting for Point Hope to come out before I did that. What I didn't want to do was make one and then Point Hope get released and then have to make an updated one. That would be, yeah. But yeah, I totally can. He's a speedy boy. Yeet. Oh yeah. Oh, it's definitely Moroi. So what I want to do, so we can hear the little speed change here. Maybe we might be able to hear it with one sanity. It's a little better when you have multiple, but we'll do this. So it's gonna hunt. Once it hunts, we're gonna take pills. We should hear the ghosts actually slow down. See how fast it is right now? A little hard to hear. I had to smudge it anyway, so that made sense. Illuminati, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. See, had to get the smooch. There we go. Smooch. So yeah, that is a Moroi for sure. So we'll go upstairs here. Do this. I have a pile of salt here, so we're gonna finish this off to get the perfect game. Hey, what's up, Caden? How are you? One more. Bangarang, Peter. Can there be two ghosts in the game like a shade and a spirit? Or no, that's not possible. Not unless they decide to pull some like April Fool's like prank or something like that and have two ghosts, which I mean I'm okay with. Hey Valix, what's up, friend? There we go. Nice. That is a perfect game. If you pick up an item from the truck and put it back on its place, do you lose the money or no? That has no effect to anything. Whether you leave it on the floor, leave it in the map, or put it back on the wall, it doesn't do anything. That don't matter. No. Luckily, you don't have to like clean up after your investigation. That would be awful. Because I forget where I leave half of my stuff anyway. So, yeah, money would be an issue in this game. But you do need to remember that there are things that are consumables, so you will have to buy them again. Yeah, you would have to buy them again. Yep. Team R, what's up, man? All right, so I'm going to let you guys choose now where we go. So your vote will count once. Your vote will count once, but it is your choice. 1 through 14. Where are we going? Love the vids. Appreciate it, man. Imagine if you had to go back. Ugh. Woof. 1 through 14. Everyone always chooses random. I'm just saying you could be the cool guy of the crowd and not pick random, but you know, that's your choice. That's you. That's up to you. You know, you choose. You haven't seen Point Hope yet. Oh, it is a really good map. If you haven't played it yet and you play Phas at all, I would really recommend trying it out. I would give it a whirl. It's really well done. Each floor feels different. Like the map feels collective, but each floor feels different. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Song. That's awesome. Thank you, sir. Yeah. It's a really good map. If you decide not to choose, you still made a choice. Facts. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate it. Welcome in, guys. How are we doing? Hope you guys are having a good weekend. Great to have you. What's up, Charvin? Good to see you. I'll give you guys a couple seconds, and then we'll go. What is winning right now? What is a winnings? Let's see, Willow, Point Hope, and Random are the top bets right now. Welcome in, Neon. How are you? A hotel map? I don't know if they would. I feel like that would be too much. I feel like it'd be too much. Azure, you can. Yeah. You absolutely can. Hosea, hello. All right. Point out. Let's rock. Let's do the thing. Level 70. I don't think I've unlocked anything, and that's totally fine. Let's go. Hotel map would be like this. It would just be a lot. I think that's the issue. I think the issue you run into is that it would be a lot. Yeah, you could like treat it like Sunny Meadows or something where you have like restricted, where you block off certain parts, but I don't know. I feel like there'd be way too many choke points. I feel like a hotel map, you'd have so many choke points. I don't know. That's just me talking out my rear. Hi, Sparkle. Thank you, friend. Appreciate you. But there was a spell of a time where they asked for suggestions from apps, and they have it. They have it. So we'll see. All right. Point of Hope. Let's go. We don't know where the juice is because it's Nightmare. So you have 10 floors on this map. If you haven't played this yet, 10 floors. If you need a breakdown of this, I do have the map in the server. If you need to see it, I do have a map in the server. A church would be cool. That is a pretty popular suggestion. Pretty popular suggestion, yeah. Heard Phaz is coming to console. It is. It'll be coming to console this Halloween time. So like around the Halloween event. We don't know the exact date or anything, but I've been told 100% Halloween time. What about an old motel? Maybe. Oh, no power. Dang. We do have hiding here, though. This is a hiding spot for those. So I've talked to some people that didn't know this was hiding. Yeah, this is hiding. So you can actually shut that guy. Did I see my breath? No. I didn't. It's not. Wait. It's snowing. Never mind. Dad brain. Moving on. Terrible hiding? I've never died there. Never. What are the chances that the ghost saw you go in there? Game floor? You think so? I don't know. I don't know. Hey, Astro, welcome in. Oh, that's the stairs. Save Bruce. Roger that. I'm gonna turn this on while we walk. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in. How we doing? Is this map really hard because of the 10th floor? If you're, oh, hi. If your power is all the way upstairs and the ghost is all the way upstairs, it can be a little annoying. Yeah, it can be a little annoying. Deepak, I don't know what that means. Kamzy, hello. I think the ghost is in the van. Hi, Bruce. And the power's all the way up here. Son of a... Oh, look, the bone. I'm not wasting time. We're just picking it up. On the floor above me, came down, panicked, couldn't open the tent because I never... Well, that sounds like a user error. Oh, excuse you? The bone, the ghost, and the power are all here. And it's freezing. What the? Handy. Yordi, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Someone literally just asked, hey, is this map difficult? Well, if everything's all the way upstairs, it can be annoying. Literally everything's all the way upstairs. Fishty Bun, did you see that? It's fine. We just have to be a choo-choo train and go all the way up and all the way back down. Hey, Armchair, how are you? What's the ghost that doesn't change rooms? That's a Goryo. And the ghost, this one, we don't know if it's a Goryo. I'm just saying a Goryo is the one that doesn't change rooms. Yeah. Got evidence, bone, power all at once. I mean, that, you know, that is a fair point. We did find evidence already. That is a very fair point. Yeah. Can the ghost room be on the top on the outside? You know, I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that. I know that the ghost can go out there. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of, sort of, yeah. I don't know if it can pick being outside, but it can definitely go out there. What up, Alex? Welcome in. So we'll take these. I'm good. Having a nice chill Sunday. Thank you, Cad. Appreciate it. Power's still on. We're still rocking. We're fine. We aight. Getting a VR headset soon. Nice. Yeah. I've been trying to get my VR stuff figured out so that way I could actually play in VR again. It's been a long time. Shush. See what you did there. I didn't do anything. I just worked. I think it can only go outside if it's hunting. It evented on me up there before. 100%. It isn't a separate room. Okay. Yeah, it absolutely evented on me up there. It did it when I think we were trying to figure out the Easter egg on this map. Oh, hey, how are you? Okay, good. I thought I was going to pop the breaker. Let's try here. It should be an elevator. We talked about that and how funny it would be if, like, the elevator, if there was an elevator and all of a sudden when the power goes out, you can't use the elevator anymore. It just breaks. The Easter egg for the ferryman card. Yeah. Yeah, when I was trying to figure out how to do that, the ghost evented on me upstairs outside, and I wasn't sure if that was part of the Easter egg or not. I thought maybe it was part of it, and I'm like, oh, we figured something out. We did it. We didn't find squat. But we eventually figured it out, though. Does the equipment have a tier level? Yes. Yeah. Hoping they rework the cabins. They do more Easter eggs. I don't know if they're going to. I don't think they are, but who knows? Maybe. You never know. Imagine getting stuck in the elevator. Yeah, exactly. Ghosty turns off the power. I mean, if anything, I guess you'd be safe-ish. Kind of. No, Caddy, not at all. Nope. Not in the slightest, friend. Ow! Hurt my hand. Oh, you Lorby mother lover. Yeah. All right, well, we have freezing and orbs, which means that it could absolutely still be a Mamake. Okay. Well, I'm not going to get writing. We're not going to get dots, so that's useless. I need to check for these now. Cool. Dang it. What would I think of an abandoned ship? I don't think they would ever do that. No. I know that the Minecraft version of Phasmo had it, but I don't think that they're going to do anything like that. No. That would be it would be cruising too close to borderline comical, I think. There's no way they would do that. An abandoned ship? Hey, Ronak, what's up? Minecraft Phasmo? Yeah. Yeah, we did it, like a year and a half, 2 years ago. Ghost Ship was a great movie. Yeah, but they weren't trying to figure out the ghost. They were just trying to live. Hey, El Stinko. No footies. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? Are you near? Okay. Where are you? I don't think so. I think we have... Oh, it's going downstairs. Let's follow. Come on, Bruce. You're coming with. They should do a Ghostbusters themed map. I'm fairly certain that they would get sued. They should replace the truck with the DeLorean. It's just a minor issue. Oh, okay. Don't get me wrong, it'd be super cool. Ghost hunting back in time. Listen, somebody wants to create that game, please feel free. I will absolutely test it for you. 100%. All right, let's get a smooge just in case Ghosty decides to be a jerkhole. Oh, but well, you know. Okay, this is how we're going to do this. This is how we're going to do this. We're going to test for an Onryo the poor man way. Oh, hey, how are you? The poor man way. Maverick, thank you for the follow. But that way I can have a smudge, but also still test for an Onryo. Also, multiple smudges on me. Well, smudges and crucifix, and also test for an Onryo. So, to test for an Onryo, to get it to use its ability, you get it to blow out 3 fires. And that also counts for this. It doesn't have to be off of a candle or a candelabra or anything like that. Doesn't have to be. So if you light 3 candles and then you have this lit, you're actually canceling out the Onryo's ability. Yeah. Bye, Nix. All right. What up, Dan? Stream is going well, friend. How are you? 'Tis going well. Ghosty is okay so far. I'm getting stuck on this blue tarp, which is perfectly fine. Okay, that covers that. That covers over here. That's perfectly fine too. All right, we can do this and give it a whirl. All right, go ahead, do your thing. Maybe a graveyard map. That's been highly recommended too, or suggested, not recommended. Benjamin Clark. Benjamin. What up, Wolfie? Benjamin. Benjamin, where you at, bruh? Miss being able to move the house candles. Me too. Benjamin, come on. Smell a Ure. I swear to God, I thought I heard a giggle. Did you hear that? Benjamin? It's my son from Lethal Company. Benjamin's! My favorite ghost is a mimic. Ghost? Oh, goo! Hey! Call him Big Ben. I don't know him like that. We just met. Hello? Maybe he's more formal. Mr. Clark, if you could please blow out my fire. Maybe he wants to set the mood. Here, I'll set the mood. Mr. Clark! Okay, dude, get off the breaker door. Hey! Will you do the ting? You can't do a Ure ability on a breaker door, can you? Ghost? I have 2 crucifixes on this floor. As for a runaway tactic. What the f was that? Dude, okay, that's not what I meant. Needs the lurk message emote update? Yeah, I could. I could for sure. Hasn't blown out a single one. I can't do an Onryo ability test if it's not gonna do the ting. I am getting bullied. Hey! Jerkhole! This week's challenge was fun. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, not bad. It wasn't too bad. Is an Onryo guaranteed to blow out the flame? Well, all ghosts can blow out the flame. An Onryo is guaranteed to hunt after blowing out 3 of them. Listen, man. I understand you're having a bad day, but I need you to get on, like, the same page. What up, Easy? What up, Nico? I'm just draining my sanity at this point. Hi, Super. I'm good. Does the Moroi have a unique voice in the paramic? No. No, when you get the paramic from the Moroi, though, you get cursed. It hasn't blown this out a single time. If this is an Onryo, I'm gonna be livid. Livid. It's done the same event twice. Hi, Void. What up, Sav? How are you? Welcome in. But seriously, though, not a single time. Look at the ghosties. Rev, Yurei, Hantu, Onryo. I'm just draining my sanity at this point. Mimicking a shade. Imagine. Imagine if it was mimicking a... Imagine if it was mimicking a Obake earlier, and then all of a sudden I see Prince. Ghost, please. Come on, man. Oh, Stringy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I don't know what the cursed is. I'm about to go find it and just make stuff happen, though, because this is awful. Or it's just going to spawn on top of me and I'm insta-dead. Can I point out something real quick? I had 2 crucifixes in that room. I'm a little confused as to what the hell just happened. I had 2 crucifixes inside of that room.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
No, it's a Hantu. Maybe it spawned on top of the stairs. Maybe. Maybe. Wow. Wow. What a jerk. Wow. How? I don't know. I got nothing. I got nothing. Hantu said, F that crucifix. What a meanie. Same happened to you? Yeah. Point Hope's been a little bit wonky, but I mean, listen, I'll give Point Hope the benefit of the doubt. If the ghost started hunting on the stairs, then it would have been away from the crucifix. I don't know at what point it would be within range on the stairs. Hey, how dare you? Yeah, I don't know where the range would come into play. I don't know. Son of a... All right, well, the next time somebody comes in is like, do you ever die? Yeah, I did today. Literally right there. Good old Bleeze. I'm going to do Grafton. Thank you, Song, for the gigantic lookout. I appreciate it. All right. We have ads coming. Unfortunately, it's just a part of life when it comes to Twitch. So what I try to do is I try to run my ads here at the menu screen. So that way, if you are not subbed or you don't have turbo, you don't miss anything. So if you are not subbed, if you don't have turbo, don't stress. Don't worry about it. Take a quick break. I do 3 minutes every hour. So that way there is no pre-roll, so that when people do come into the stream, they don't get hit with ads and they don't miss anything. So we're going to run them real quick. You guys go potty, go get a drink, go get a snack, take a walk. We're walking here. And then we'll be right back. But you're not going to miss a thing. Nothing. We shall return. We shall return. Yeah, we wait. We wait. Hey, what up, Courtney? My day is good, friend. How are you? My day is swell. Yeah, just a part of life, man. Just a part of the life. We just got to do it. It is what it is. It's okay. Hey, Ketsu, how are you? Besides that stinky, right? It didn't blow out a single firelight, and it was throwing stuff throughout that room the entire time. It's like it was camping the stairs. Did you say you weren't sure how the crucifix works on Point Hope, even though you have 50 plus successful completions on there? Listen, what I'm saying is when a ghost is on stairs, this is something I don't know knowledge wise. When a ghost is on stairs, is it completely like invincible? Like, okay, not invincible. When a ghost is on stairs, does a crucifix still work with height? Do you know what I mean? So like, would I need to place the crucifix below to where the ghost would be hunting? Is it completely immune to the crucifix if it's below the crucifix? You know what I mean? That's what I mean. I want to see one of those shorts where you stare at the camera. What is the other badge on your profile? Which one? This one or this one? This one is, oh, sorry, it's gone. This one is if you are an official Kinetic partner with Phasmophobia and Kinetic Games. And then this is my prestige badge. Yeah. But yeah, that's what I'm wondering. That's something I guess I don't know. That's something I don't know. Question from a TikTok video said that the twins can hunt around the crucifix. Well, they can't. I mean, they're not going to, it's not going to hunt around the crucifix. It can hunt from one area or it can hunt from where the twin area is. But if you have a crucifix in that area, then it can't hunt. Well, it'll eat the crucifix instead. What number prestige is that? I'm on prestige 12. Yeah, prestige 12. Lishi, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yep. Dead teammate, see if the Goryo walks. No, a dead teammate can't see dots. No, a dead teammate can't see dots. A dead teammate can't see an Obake shapeshift. There's a lot of things that a dead teammate can't see. Yeah. Yeah, they can't see it. Hi, welcome in. The ghost was just mean, man. So patient. Hey, man, we got to be. We got to be. The way that I look at it, especially with people coming in and like asking about stuff and just being very curious about the game and everything else, is that I've had this mentality for a pretty long time, is that they might be asking something, even though it might be like the 100th time we've heard it recently, it's the first time that they've heard the answer. So I try to respect that and I try to have patience with that. I don't hear the same question and think, oh my God, here we go again. I never think like that. I'm always like, okay, they don't know. They don't know. Like, I can't come at somebody if they don't know. So respect the fact that somebody might be showing up for the first time. How to find a mare without evidence? You could do the light switch ability. If you turn on a light and then the ghost turns it off immediately, that's the mare ability. You could also try turning the light on in the ghost room and see if you can push it out, because the mare doesn't like the light. So it'll change ghost room more often if you're keeping the light on. Yeah. Jocelyn, thank you for the bits. Yeah. We're still noobs. We're all noobs, man. We're all noobs. All right, we're back. Let's go to Grafton. Ads are done. We're back. Let's rock. Everybody should be back. Everybody should be back.
Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
We are all noobs, friend. We are all learning. All of us.
I've got a report that suggests a possible...
Princess, thank you for the prime. There's always more to learn. Appreciate the prime, friend. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. There's always more to learn with this game, dude. It seems like every time we play, we find something else out. Yeah. Kyle Norris, 25% incense. Witness a ghost fan. Let's rock. Let's rock. Even the ghosts don't understand. That's fact. That is fact. Okay. No music box. Cards. Ew. I like the special badge you have. Is there a way for me to get it? Yeah, if you become a kinetic partner. So you can apply for kinetic partner inside of the official Phasmophobia Discord. I don't remember all of the exact parameters, but I do believe that they require one of a few things or something. So it's, I think 150 average viewership CCV on Twitch for a 90-day period on the Phasmo category, or 5,000 plus views on your YouTube videos over a certain length of time. But you can ask them those questions if you're curious. They'll give you answers. Yeah. They'll give you the responses you need. Yeah. Ghosty. But yeah, go to the official Phasmo Discord. They'll let you know. Yeah. Oh, hey, how are you? Ghosty's in there. Chair? No chair. Sag. Alarm. That's a phone. Have you never heard a phone? Did you just hear the rotary? Oh, sorry. Did you just hear the house phone and say alarm? Well, now I feel old as shite. Hey, you're good, Courtney. No worries. How to use the Ouija board or the spirit box? You need to, well, it depends if you're using in-game voice or if you're using text. Welcome to the club. Lady Rabbit solo. Was that an orb, Ghosty? That was weird. Why did it show up like that? Okay, we're good. We're Gucci. Stop it there. Yeah, that'll rock. That'll rock. I complete the golden trophy. Nice. Super is very concerned about what I had for lunch. I had a burrito, Super. I know. You've refollowed like 17 times. I see you, dude. I got you. That's okay. We can talk about this. Hi, princess. All right, we have herbs. Let's take you. Just in case, we'll take one of those and we'll go back. Wasn't sure if text worked because I can never get that to work. Yeah, it absolutely does. Yeah, it does for sure. Hey, Mitch. What up, homie? What up, gamer? Okay. What up, Lion? How are you? All right, so let us do one of these with one of these and a side of one of these. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? No footies. Okay. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Can we follow 1,000? You can. You can, but it resets your follow age on somebody. And all it does is alert mods, and then it just makes it a bad time for everybody. Yeah. All right, Ghosty, we got you. I need some evidence. Freezing. It's these again. Cards. They are cards. They are. We did it. Yeah. I use text when playing solo. Nice. Works great. Yeah. I am not a yokai. No, confirmed. 100% not a yokai. 25% and sense a witness of an event. I mean, I could just sit in there and hang out with Ghosty until it decides to event, I guess. Maybe we'll get lucky. Yeah. Maybe we'll get lucky. I mean, I could use the cards, I guess. And Prage. We'll see. We will see. You identify as a yokai? Roger that. All right. Ghost. We need the things. And before Hanged Man, I haven't had a Hanged Man in ages. It's been ages. Tower card. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in. If I get a full deck of tower cards, I swear to God. I'll take it. Okay. That would have been another tower card, bro. 3 tower cards. Get out of here. Is this a Dio? Is that wait, was that a Hantu? Bro. Did you hear that? Holy crap. That was so fast. Oh my God. I thought it was going to be a mimic. No, that's a Hantu. No, it did not speed up with line of sight. No, not at all. Holy hell. That's normal speed though. Yeah, but it didn't sense me though. We'll get it. We'll pull car. Maybe I'll let it on. But it had no line of sight. Right. Line of sight. It had no line of sight speed up. Right. No line of sight speed up. Exactly. Why was it so fast? It was so fast because in its ghost room, it's so cold. So cold. That's why it was so quick. And then the second it left its room, slowed. That's why. Normal speed around the table is super fast earlier. Exactly. Yeah. What up, bug? Okay. Well, we're going to have it hunt again. We're going to have it hunt again. For kicks. For kicks. Turn the breaker off. I could. Then I can't see. Is that the fan? Wait, hold on. Bex, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah. So you heard 3 different speeds from 3 different places. So you heard a speed here, you heard the speed here, and you heard the speed there. So if I were to go upstairs right now, why is that so bassy? It's a fan. If I go and get our thermometer, there you go. If I check the temps here, 10 degrees here. Okay, what is on the stairs? 17, 15. What is it here? Colder? Not that much. I don't know why I'm rescanning. 14. I know you guys can't see it. Hold on. Yeah. It's 14 degrees here. Look, it's warmer here. That's why. That's why. Hey, Bex, how are you? That's why it was slower in that room, and that's why it was faster in that room. Now you understand? Now we get it. Now we get it. Okay. I still need to witness an event, so we're going to pull cards and just hope for the best. And it just, I believe, kicked the power. What a jerk. Get it? Got it. Get it? Got it. That's right. Kazzer, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you, dude. If you are new here, I appreciate you guys. Welcome in. Play lots of Phaz, lots of spookies, lots of horror games, indie horror, but tons of Phaz. Official creator with Kinetic Games of Phasmophobia. Trying to do perfect? I don't know about a perfect game. Just got into Phaz. Found me on YouTube. Hey, let's go. You sure the rest won't be towers? I mean, no. Hunter, welcome in. Shut up, Fate. Does the Haunted Breath still show in the ghost room even if the breaker's on? No, it only shows if the breaker's off. Yeah. I'm new here. What games does he play? He plays Phasmophobia. He plays a lot of indie horror games. It just depends on how the mood strikes us. Yeah, when there's new indie horror games that pop up, especially like we played a bunch of Lethal Company. We play a whole bunch of stuff, man. Yeah. Why do I mostly crouch? I mostly crouch just out of habit because items, I'm closer to the item like this than I am like this. Easier to grab when I'm like this than when I'm like this. Yeah. You know what I mean? Did you finish the Gravedigger? No, absolutely not. No, we played it though. Okay. Where are the cards? Oh, they're right there. Dangerous. You son of a bitch. Listen how fast it is in its room. Car, I swear to God. We did point hope on the last one. We'll probably do something different. So the hunts are random. What do you mean? What do you mean by random? You're a good bug. You didn't know. Yeah, we ran Point Hope. We had a stinky Hantu that hunted me from the stairs. It was mean. It was a jerk. We didn't like it. Oh, I hear my children. It's you again. I tried. Holy crap, that was close. Yeah, I thought it was a gunner. God. Sinister. Thank you for the sub. That scared the crap out of me. F off. No. Go away. Shoo. Shoo. It's upstairs. Finish. Finish hunting. Finish hunting. Finish. Oh, Sinister, I appreciate you, friend. Thank you. I need an event from you, Stinky. Oh, God, it's gonna hunt. I should have smudged on the last one. Oy vey. It's fine. No chair hiding. No. No, my chair is gone. Was watching the last stream. Yeah, I was playing with Coach and Aldi. It was so fun. Don't call the ghost stinky. You do realize it's trying to chase me down and strangle me, right? Right? We're aware of that part? We need an event, and it's not doing that thing. We drew all the cards. To be fair, that's their house. I mean, not really. They kind of took it over. The people that lived here had to move out because of them. So who's the jerk now? Is it uncommon for a ghost to not hunt on professional? The hunt is based on threshold. It's based on threshold. Like sanity. Threshold. Okay. Do I know about a door glitch? If you know about any glitches, I would recommend going to the Phasmo Discord and reporting them. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate you. They had dibs. Is that what the ghost did? Dibs! What's the ghost smell like? Mothballs and beef jerky sticks. All right, this time we're going to smudge. I didn't do it last time. I failed. Yeah, I would always highly recommend if you find any glitches to report them. Hey. You had 0 sanity with a demon that didn't hunt. I mean, how long did it not hunt, though? 'Tis the question. All right, I'm going to give this thing one last chance to try an event. If it doesn't event, we're dipsy doodling. I'm not going to wait forever for this thing. What's your name? Kyle Norris. Kyle, hello. Oh, Kyle. Spend 10 minutes in the ghost room. If it seems like something that is out of whack, you knew you had 0 sanity and it's a demon and all that, I would report it. Yeah. Let them know. Kyle, we need an event. Ghosty, please. Oh, you're over here. Kyle. Hi, Kyle. Hey. We need an Avanti. Kyle, please. Kyle. Kyle. I hate you, Kyle. What do I need an event for? What objective? To have a member of your team witness a ghost event objective. That one. That one. Yeah. F this ghost. No, we're leaving. We're leaving. Get me out. It's not eventing, and I'm not going to sit in here for 15 years to get it. So, whatever. Whatever, ghost. Is there a way to differentiate an event from a hunt when you can't see or hear the door? Yeah. You will see the ghost immediately during an event. You will not see that when the ghost is hunting, especially if you're playing on pro or lower. Yeah. Screw you, cat. When you plan on playing the grave? Oh, grave again? I don't know. I'm not sure. Uncertain. I don't know. Wednesday we might do Ghost Watchers. Maybe. I gotta talk to the peeps about it though. I gotta talk to the peeps. Huntu. All right. Let us go to. Hi, Brawl. How are you? I could do Maple. I haven't watched South Park in ages. It's been a very, very long time. If I do random, it's going to be high school. That's a kind of a given. If I do this, it will be high school. Hey, Val, what's up? I haven't done Willow. Oh, that's true. We haven't done a Comfy Willers. Yeah, let's do that. And then maybe we'll do Maple. Yeah. Let's do the Ting. Let's do the Ting. Prove it. You shut up. Hey, Demon, what's up? Shush. Oh, Blondie, you hush. Hush your lips. Ghost Watchers, look it up. Yeah, it's a really great game. They update it very frequently. Very frequently. Hey, it's not snowing. Let's rock. Okay. This time we have Ella Straven. We need to cleanse 25% and Crucifix. What's up, Burn? Hasn't been high school the last couple times. I mean, that is fair. Okay, maybe we'll do random the next time and see what happens. Fine. Fine. Whatever. All right. Oh, it's the cards again. Listen, I like the cards when I have others because it's hilarious. Solo cards. We've seen what happens with cards. Hey, Mike, welcome in. Not the biggest fan. For funsies. Oh, yeah. Because we saw the last deck was so fun. Fun! Hi, Mr. Rafa. How are you, my friend? Good to see you, sir. If I got an all-tower deck, that would be... Listen, as much as that would stink, it would be pretty funny. Difficulty's nightmare. Ghosty. Where are you? Music, I love the music. I have never played Subnautica, no. Never played it. I've thought about it though, for sure. Hey, Sophie, I appreciate you, friend. Ghosty. What if I got a High Priestess? I think it was last stream I got 2 High Priestess cards in the same deck. I think so. Capybara, hello. Ella Straven. It was last stream? Yeah, thought so. Oh, Buzz Buzz. Why'd that sound like that was right next to me? Oh, look at you. Throwy McThrowerson. You had a full deck of Wheel of Fortune cards? That's pretty funny. It was glorious. My favorite curse is the music box. All day. All day, day. Della, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Like to speak English only, friend. Haven't learned anything else yet. Am I going to learn anything else? I don't know. Don't know if my mind has the capacity. Can you explain the tier 3 EMF to me? I see too much numbers. I don't know what I'm looking at. It's just 3 different EMF readings at the same time. They stack. That's it. And it gives you a direction. It shows you an arrow. Yeah. Yep. EMF 5. We know that from the sound. It makes a distinct noise. Copper, I've never heard of that before. I don't know what that is. Yeah. What does the music box even do? It plays music and then it makes the ghost sing. So you can, it's a way to help you find out where the ghost is, but it's also really neat because you can use it to get an event out of the ghost. So like if you need the event, you can get closer and closer with the music box to the ghost and it will walk to the music box. It will actually walk to it. If your sanity is too low and you try to use the music box, it'll break instantly and start a hunt. Yeah. What's up, Tac? Gaming, how are you? We're not going to wait. We're not going to wait around. We're going to get in there and try to get more stuff. So far, we just have you. Yep. Cards don't guarantee a hunt. True. Yeah. Cards, that's why, I think for me too, it's such a toss-up, man. It's such a toss-up. Phalanges. Jin Gorio, can't be you, because that'll be forced dots. Jin Obake Myling. Hey, you want to give me an Obake thing? That'd be cool. Six-finger handprint would be Neato Bandito. Hey! Do the tag. That's useless. Jin Obake Myling. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Give me you. You don't belong here. Hi, Pav. Oh, this is going to be tough, though. We can try. We can try. We don't even know if it's officially a Jin. I kind of want to try to make it hunt just so I don't waste time trying to do a Jin ability test and then find out it's not a Jin. Is it fixed? I was told that it wasn't broken. I don't know. Yeah. Happy Sunday, Mr. Pav. I hope you're having a good weekend, friend. I was told that it wasn't broken. That's the word on the street. Yeah. Have I ever played a horror game that genuinely scared me? Of course. Yeah, like, and even the indie horror games when you just don't know what to expect, it absolutely catches you off guard. Hey, Sharky. You got an EMF2 on the breaker recently? What house were you in? Let me ask that. Or what building, what map were you on? Might not have been a house, to be fair. To be fair. When I'm talking about the Jin, the Jin has the ability to drain your sanity when you're close to it, and when it does it, it sets off an EMF2 at the breaker. The reason it does an EMF2 at the breaker is because it's trying to shut the breaker off, but a Jin can't turn the breaker off. Yeah. Tangle with the power in the garage. Okay, where was the ghost room? If you tell me that the ghost room was in the kitchen or the dining, that could have very easily been a ghost touch through the wall. And that's why you had EMF2 at the breaker. I want to see power. I want to see power far away from ghost and EMF2 at the breaker. Can you use parabolic to check the ghost? No, I have to be near the ghost. I have to be near it. But the unfortunate part is this doesn't pick up EMF, which sucks. Makes no sense. It needs to. It doesn't make sense why it doesn't. I can pick up the dots buzz, but I can't pick up the EMF reader. Yeah, I don't know why. Cam, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you, friend. But any Hoosiers, we're going to try. Maybe I'll get lucky and maybe we'll be able to hear the EMF through the floor. I don't know. If we can and it does the ability and it is a Jin, awesome. Cool. Maybe I draw these cards and we find out that it's not a Jin and I get a hanged man and then, well, that sucks. I want to make it hunt. Do I have? I do it later. Okay. Well, here we go. What up, Sark? Let's do the ting. Harlow, thank you for the subs. Very well. Hey. Mike, you calm yourself. Hi, Error. No, this is going to be a hermit card. Oh. Well, it's not, but that's what I wanted. It's a Jin. a gym. Tis a gym. Tis a gym. How do we know? Because of the sprint. Okay. So the reason we know that it is a Jinn is because out of these ghosties, the Jinn, Obake, Myling, they're all three normal speed when walking. I mean, when they're starting their hunt, but it sprinted the second that it had line of sight. The Jinn is the only one of those ghosts that can do that. And we had EMF 5, which completely removes the mimic. So we don't even have to stress that one. Yep. Yep. Ginny Jim Jim. Ginny Jim Jim. Harlow, thank you again for the subs, friend. I appreciate you. Thank you for the sound alert. All right, let's do, or the, sorry, the blurb. Let's do this because we don't want to risk too much for the bisque. Okay, I don't know what my sanity is, but we don't want it to, oh, I can't even take any. Okay, wow, wow. Breaker science. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. I have yet to actually hear it yet, but we're going to try. We're going to try. Revenant's a ghost in Phasmo, yeah. What up, local? Warlock, how are you? Good to see you. So we'll put that guy there. I really want to cover that corner. All right. Put that there. Put this one there. Okay. We want to be 3 meters from Ghosty Pants, so we're going to go sit in the room. Bill Nye the Science. Hey. What's wrong? You got a problem, Bill Nye? Huh? You want to fight? Now, I don't know. Unfortunately, I kind of wish it was in garage this time. I don't know if we're going to be able to hear it. How will you gauge when to go to the breaker? Yeah. Will I actually be able to hear the breaker from here? Can we hear that sound over there from here? I don't know. We can try. Maybe we'll get lucky and hear it. Don't think so. Me either. I have to do like random checks. I wonder if, okay, so it sets off an EMF at the breaker. It's not going to set off an EMF at my person. I don't think so. Here, we could do this. I'll let my sanity drain a little bit. Yeah, just the breaker. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. How do I identify a they? It depends on what kind of evidence you're working on. Like, are you talking about for no evidence runs? Have I played Phas VR? I have. Yeah, super spooky. Yes. So, Phas. So, Thays with no evidence. It's honestly easier with no evidence and no sanity because you've spent no time near the ghost, so it's super, super fast. It's a little harder. It's a little harder if you're looking because you might spend time near it and slow it down. But either way, the Thay does not speed up with line of sight. And it also hunts early. So the fact that it doesn't speed up with line of sight is already a sign that cancels out a lot of ghosts. You only have so many ghosts that don't speed up with line of sight that can sound like they can hunt at a normal speed. Hantu would be close to that. Hantu doesn't speed up with line of sight. Difference being is that a Hantu changes its speed based on the temperature of the room. Oh, hey, how are you? Oh, I thought I heard something. We'll do this. Well, where is the breaker? So if I go down over there, it's over there, it's over here. But we have to be within like 3 meters, I think, of the ghost when it decides to do its ability. You don't understand the aging with the Thay? Every 1 to 2 minutes that you spend near the Thay, it ages. Not in the ghost room. Every 1 to 2 minutes you spend near the Thay. So if you're spending time out in the hallway and the ghost is in the hallway, you're aging it. And every time it ages, it slows. And it can do that 10 times. 10 times. Queen, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. This is going to be tough. I think I'm going to have to do this where, like, I have multiple people with me and we can have someone sitting at the breaker. Imagine aging. Cringe. Skibbity. Nah, I think this is gonna be a waste of time. Cleanse 25 and crucifix. But yeah, you can age the Thay to the point where you can loop it and you don't even have to sprint. All right. I think I took the cards in here. Need more jump scares. Yeah, they're coming eventually, man. When? I'm not sure yet. I don't know. Oh, cool. Sanity. And 10 of it's gone. What I should do, I'm going to take one of those crucifixes and place it. I'm going to take one of them and place it with us. Maybe I'll get lucky. Goo! Holy crap on a stick. All right, we're fine. Relax. We're good. Now she's getting feisty. Who knows? Maybe, listen. On a cruci stick. Maybe. Hear me out. We're like, we have to be right near the breaker. Like it has to be below us. What if all of a sudden I do this, it uses its ability when it's near us before it leaves, and then we hear it? Huh? Eh? Just saying. That'd be super neat. That'd be super cool. Unless I draw a Hanged Man card and then it's all over. F you. Yes! Stay here. Stay here. Don't leave. No, Pam, come back. She left already. You sure about that? You sure about that? He says she left already as she's spinning her head around in the corner. Hi, coach. Oh, son of a dude. It's like being at a Slipknot concert. Unfortunate, man. I might just take this one and leave. Ghosties being annoying. How are the ghosties treating you? Not bad. They're fine. Unfortunately, I keep getting the cards. So we keep getting stuck with that. Yeah. Can we check stats? Well, not mid-game, Splash. Oh, you're talking about... Oh. Can we check the stats when we go back? Of course. Yeah. Just don't let me forget. There's a story mode? I don't see them ever doing that. If they did it, it'd be cool to see, but I don't see them doing it. Love Galactic. Hey, you with the stuff and the thing. Or driver lore, yeah. I don't know how that would work. I don't know visually how a story mode would work. I like the idea of doing different things. That'd be pretty neat, but... Or maybe you go in and there's already like a failed ghost hunt and you have to like retrieve or something like that. I don't know. Need more lore. No, we need another ghost. We haven't had a ghost in 2 years. Miss Squeeze Me. When do I play multiplayer? Hey. I played literally last stream. Yeah. Yeah. The ghost is being a turd. Need the hallucinations, other things. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Ghost. Hi. Hi. Oh. Is that like a forever print? I feel like that's been there for a long time. Bone downstairs. Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. What evidence do I have? We know it's a Jinn. We know what the ghosty is. We were just trying to do a little science-in with the breaker, but unfortunately, just not in the cards on this one. Not gonna happen. Player broke for money, sob story, can't find job, has to resort to dangerous ghost hunting, patient because company is exploiting enough to stay afloat. That'd be pretty funny. Listen, I'd play. We would like to play. % would play that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. You want to touch some more stuff? Eh? What up, Boom? Hi. Hey, I need a ghost photo. You want to show up, actually? That'd be pretty rad. El Stinko. How'd I get the name FlashForce? When I used to play games way back, when we played more racing games and stuff with friends, like we were choosing nicknames and went by the name Flash for a while just because it sounded cool. And then, yeah, there it is in chat. And then when I wanted to do streaming and everything else, I was like, well, I got to create a name of some kind. I'll do this. I was like, well, I can't be Flash because, well, that's going to be taken everywhere. So I needed to do something. Yeah. Ghost, please. You suck so much. Hi, Diana. I'm good. Just apparently I have to sit in complete darkness for the ghost to do anything. Okay, go ahead. This is what happens. Some of these ghosts you just don't do squiznot. Have I played Five Nights at Freddy's? Yeah, I played the first one. It is shy. It's what makes me want to just leave. Okay, dude. BRB, no worries. Hi. Discord. Okay. Thank you, Mike. You possessed the ghost. Well, stop it. When the kids are older, do you think you'll introduce them to Faz? I mean, that's up to them. 5 Laps is the newest game. Oh. No, I haven't played it yet. I'm tired of this ghost, dude. It's doing diddly. Can I show the monthly? Yeah, of course, Sparkle. Yeah. The plant, it grows. Sorry, it was a lame ghost. It's a lame-o. Tis a lame-o. Yeah, there you go.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Well, Thomas, have you looked at the channel, friend? Exactly that sound. Roger that. Oh, I need stats. Oh, yeah. Telling you. I'm telling you. Thank you, Splash. Thank you. Yeah. I've already played Gravedigger Diablo. Yeah. Video's up already and everything. Yeah. Has, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello. But yeah, nothing. No abilities. Nope. Time in favorite room. 18 minutes. Yeah. The thing I sent was not that sound. Oh, okay. Oh, IB or L, it could be LB. Welcome in, friend. All right. Let me check something Mike sent me real fast. Listen, you can't send me a message and say, I dare you to play this. You can't do that to me. That makes me really not want to play it. It's fine. Hi, Royal. Was my favorite game growing up. Mario 64. I'm so afraid.
Man, I found these tarot cards in the office. No clue what they're doing. They're loads of fun. Wheel of Fortune. That's pretty cool, right? What's the meaning of hanged man?
All right, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Did you recently get him to record that? That was good. That was good. So Mike has gotten the guy, the actual oh, you've had that. Oh, that's cool. I never heard that before. He's had the guy that does the van voice in the game. He's gotten him to do tons of different voice lines. Tons of different voice lines. Yeah. Tomas, yeah, look at the top left of the screen, friend.
Man, I found these tarot cards in the office. No clue what they're doing. They're loads of fun. Wheel of Fortune. That's pretty cool, right? What's the meaning of hanged man?
Thank you, sir. That was wonderful. I appreciate you. That was that was wonderfully done. What up, Jay? Welcome in. That was wonderful. Thank you. What was that? Sound from Big Mike. We need to have that as a blurb. That, yeah, well, I would ask Mike for his permission for that first. Yeah. My least favorite ghost to deal with is a Yurei. And unfortunately, oh, my most deaths now is to a demon? When did that happen? Oh, I kind of want to die to a Yurei on purpose. Wow. Moon Bunny, do you see this? I mean, I'd rather be a demon than a Yurei. Yeah. How do I get the van guy to record my YouTube outro? You find out who the van guy is and you pay him money. Yeah. When you did the demon achievement? Wait, what? All right. Oh, we're going to risk it. Fine. I said we would. Let's do it. Oh, I forgot to check on something too. Ooh. Let me check something real quick. We might be able to do that today. I don't know if we will or not, but I'm going to check. Come on. Kill me, Stream Beats. We just had to wait patiently. Remember how I owe you guys a merch giveaway? It's fixed. It's fixed. Yeah, with Fourth Wall, you're able to gift merch to Twitch. And that's how we do the gift, because obviously it goes to chat. It makes life so much easier. But last stream, for some reason, it just was off. And then when I turned it on, it just didn't work. It still didn't work. It was weird. So it's working right now. So, oh, lucky day. Here in a second, you'll be able to enter to win merch. When are we going to play with viewers? If we reach the monthly goal on Twitch, then we're going to play with viewers this month. Yeah. Hey, Jocelyn, I'm good. Gleep, welcome in. I have to do authentication. Listen, I'm down for staying safe, but it adds all these extra steps. Bye, Jackal. Have a good one, man. Okay. Hold. Authentication. That's right. There it is. All right. It says type join in chat. So it doesn't say type exclamation point join. So just type the word join. It used to be a command. Like, did that change? I hope this works. Oh, Stream Elements. Oh, F you, dude. Hold on. Is Stream Elements trying to do stuff right now? You only have to type it once, by the way. What are we joining? Merch giveaway. Merch giveaway. Yep. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate you. Hopefully that works. Because it didn't say, it must have changed. They must have changed the way that it works. It used to be like a command, but no, I think they changed it. So hopefully this does work. If not, that's all right. We'll fix it and we'll do it again. Only Stream Elements is going to win. Roger that. Wait, did somebody win? Oh, somebody did win. Oh, it was Lavender. Hey, there we go. Lavender, I don't know if you saw the link, friend. Lavender Orchid, I see your name in there, friend. I saw you in there. Here, I'll put the link in chat for you again in case you missed it. There you go, Lavender. GG's, friend. I owed it from last stream. So there we go. Hey, there you go. Enjoy the merch, friend. The cool thing about it is that you get to go in there. You can pick your size. You can pick the color if it's a shirt that has multiple colors, which that one does. So there you go. There you go. Cool. Yeah, we reached this last time, so I had a merch giveaway that I owed, but unfortunately the website was being weird. But it fixed itself, so hey, let's go. Let's rock. Cool. All right. We have ads. We're gonna go ahead and do the ads while we're here, while we're waiting, and then we'll do a random nightmare. Okay. What if the left side of my torso is larger than the right side? Then you have to lean really hard. What is the normal link? FlashForceMerch.com. Yeah. It didn't let you join. Did you type the word join? Yeah. All right, we're running ads. I do 3 minutes of ads every hour, so that way we don't have pre-rolls, and that way the peeps that are not subbed or don't have turbo don't miss anything. So if you are not subbed, if you don't have turbo, don't worry. We're not going anywhere without you. We're going to wait here at this screen for you. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Okay. We're going to wait right here. That's right. Can wait right here. Thank you, Bay. Thank you, Bay. Appreciate it. Hey, there we go. Enjoy the shirt, Lavender. I love the fourth wall shirts, man. They're so great. They're so freaking great. I typed. I mean, as long as you type the word in time, yeah, you're fine. Yeah. What's up, Echo? Welcome in. What is the demon challenge? What do you mean the demon challenge? You mean the demon achievement? Because the demon achievement is getting hunted by the demon within 60 seconds of entering the map. But it has to use its ability to hunt you, not setting your sanity lower to make the ghost hunt, and it just so happens to be a demon. It needs to use its ability. So setting your sanity lower doesn't make it any easier. Doesn't make it any better for you. Yeah. Steph, thank you for the 3 months. Started playing fast today. Nice. Well, I hope you enjoyed, friend. There's lots of information out there. Tons. Take it piece by piece. Don't overwhelm yourself. Grammy! Hi, Graham. Graham, thank you for the 27 months, and you're right here. Oh, Grammy, how are you doing, friend? Good to see you. How was your games yesterday, my man? How's the rest of your gaming? Sorry. Concerned that they didn't get entered as a result. Oh, no, I think they still did. I think that I think that after it got entered, it got timed out for the 1 second. Yeah. First ghost that got you was a Jinn. That's okay. That's a good ghost to have. All right. 1 minute. 1 minute. We'll be right back. 1 minute. We'll be ready to roll. We're just obviously waiting. Yep. Old Squid. Thank you for the pride for 2 months. Doing good, Grimmy. Yeah, but I was hanging out with fam earlier with this weekend. Tons. And we're here. Got some filming coming up this week, which we'll see how that goes. Yeah. Withering Witch, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate you. When you had to die to a demon quickly, you died quite a few on purpose, was my idea about your deadly. Oh, yeah. Nah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I got you. What you filming? Just commercial work. Nothing very exciting at all. Hey, Panda, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Nothing very exciting. Unfortunately. We're not playing with Viewers King. No worries, Noki. All good, dude. All good. All right, we're back. We back. So we're going to do a random nightmare, and it's going to take us to high school, and then we're going to have to deal with it because, you know, that's just the way it goes. Love the coffee mug. Me too. Evie got me this a while ago, and I love it. There's a lot of volume. Corner shade. Shut up, Mike. You're going to speak it to existence. Shut up. Play random. That's what you get. That's what you get. What kind of commercial? No, it's just when I say commercial work, I just mean work for a company. Yeah. Some internal, some external. Yeah. Yeah, some cyber stuff. For this one anyway. Demon, let's go. I have a coffee mug that holds half a gallon and I love it. Sweet Jesus. That's not, you can't legally call that a mug. Oh, thank God it's not the cards. Quiet shade. Oh, no. Krieg, my day job, I am a cinematographer and video editor. Ghosty. Nada. I don't do any glitches, SMH. Oh, hey, how are you? Well, that was aggressive. Your friend wants to know what I think about musicals. Well, wait, where's your friend? A basement ghost? Well, I would never. I don't know if I've heard that ting like that before. Ding dong dong. Well, it's not. What makes it random is that it's my friend. Well, my mom's roommate's uncle's cashier down at 7-Eleven is really curious to know what your favorite Pringles are. Which I would respond. Okay. Your favorite chicken McNugget form? Oh man, there's so many. I think if you go anything other than like Dino, are you like, you're wrong, right? You're wrong, right? Spaceballs, right? Hey man, Spaceballs is an amazing movie. Your friend is asking me about musicals. Ask your friend what their top 3 musicals are. And then I'll respond. Mr. Aldi, oh hi friend. He snuck in there. Mickey Mouse nuggets? Where the hell are you getting those? Got it in lilac. Hey, there you go. Yeah, I really like the way that that one looked in lilac and the blue as well. They both looked really good. Let's watch this real quick. We have herbs. We know we have herbs. Oh, great. I'm surrounded by it. Major Lieutenant. Rent, Newsies, Chicago. Okay. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I like musical. Oh my God, there's herbs. Yeah, that's it though. That's it though. Did you see The Greatest Showman's going to be a musical? Like as in on Broadway? We're bringing this guy. Let's go. For a filming company back in the day? Sweet. Hell yeah, man. How you going to limit us? I'm sorry. Is it that hard for you to think of 3 that just come to your head that are really great? I have 10. Well, narrow it down. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close?
Far from their home.
No, you're not. Where are you?
Close to busting.
Oh, easy, fella. Not right now. Where are you?
Far from.
Are you near? Hi, Ryan. Where are you?
No, far from.
Are you near?
Taken away.
Where are you? No, you're not. You're literally.
Far from.
You're standing right here. You're not taken away. Absolute malarkey. Say to Ting. I'm trying to get it to say to Ting. It won't. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you?
From behind.
Oh, easy, fella. Where are you? Are you near?
Taken away.
Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you?
Taken away.
Where are you?
Taken away.
Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? It won't do it, man. Where are you? Are you near? Are you Batman? Where's Rachel? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you angry? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close?
I'm far from.
Where are you?
Taken away.
Where are you? Fine. Just leave it on for now. Stupid jerk. We're gonna get a smudge. We don't want bad things to happen. Boone, thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate you. Bam Bam, thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry. We do have the music box. I totally forgot about that. I forgot about that. Isabon. Okay. I need to make sure we check for freezing. Oh, that's dangerous. I'm sitting here talking up a storm. Whoopsie. What's up, Raz? Although Coach said that she was having problems. She said that she was having problems with the yokais actually reacting to her voice. So I don't know. I need you to make sure you check yourself, sir. You are too fine. Oh, listen, skibbity. You know what I mean? You feel me? Okay, we're good. Hi, Baron. How are you, my friend? Good to see you. Girl, what? Where are you? Are you near?
I'm far from there.
What? I don't remember stuttering. I could say it again if you'd like. It's all the rate. Like, my kids say it all the time. I'm trying to make fun of it. I mock the living crap out of them. Where are you? Are you near?
Struck from behind.
Where are you? Are you near? I can clips. Yeah.
Closing.
Where are you?
From behind.
Do the ting. Where are you?
Hold it here and there.
Found her. Could be a mare. Absolutely could be. I think we should get a backup smudge. She's not doing the ting. Is it yokai time? I have been talking this entire time, and she has not hunted. Yeah, man. What am I trying to make it say? I'm trying to make it say one of my say, like one of the things that I say on there, and she's just not doing it. Yeah. We were trying to... Oh, I have an extra spot. Oh, yeah. Trying to make her say right here, and she's not doing it. She's not doing a ting. Did you have dots, too? No, we can't. We have ghost orbs and spirit box. I'm on nightmare. So the only other thing I could possibly have would be freezing. Listen, jerkhole. Wait. That's on. Wait, what? Wait. Is that always on when the power's off? Oh, no. Maybe I'm confusing myself. Maybe it is. Never mind. I think the power's downstairs, too. I'm confusing myself. I don't remember if that light stays on when the power's off or not. I think it does. I think it does. Because there's no switch for that. Solar. Maybe. All right, let's put this guy there. Take you. Put you over here. That's over here. Batteries, yeah. Some maps it doesn't. Yeah. Oh, that's right. You burst the lights because you're probably a mare. I didn't grab a camera. Probably a mare because of the dark. Nah, the mare doesn't have an increased chance of turning off the lights. Like the actual power, the breaker. Mm-hmm. No, the only ghost that has an increased chance of turning the breaker off is the Hantu. You prick. Mine have taken, that's why I'm not playing in single player. That's why I've always played in, wait a minute. Oh, that's why I've played in multiplayer lobbies for the past, I don't know how long. Do you play with viewers? Only if they're named the Bearded Baron 3725. Yeah. And if you come in here as the name Bearded Baron 3725, no. Don't try it. Just don't bother. You're gonna waste your time making an account. There we go. Don't even bother. Sorry, I didn't mean to get that kind of a ghost photo. Sorry. That was my bad. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Wait a minute. Wait a tick. What did I just hear? Is that a switch? Is that up or down? Oh, you bastard. Oh, you got me all excited. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you?
The far-reaching
Are you near?
folder here
Where are you?
was taken away.
Where are you? Where are you?
The far-reaching
Where are you?
It's calling.
Hey, where are you?
stuck behind.
Are you near? I saw the game, Mike. I saw the game, Mike. Where are you?
In a way.
Are you near?
The far-reaching
Where are you?
Slips away.
I bet it did. Where are you? Son of a bitch. It's not going to do it, man. I'm sorry. Where are you? Are you near? Tried, fellas. Ladies, germs, pals. I tried. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No evidence? No, we have evidence. What are you trying to do? Get a specific response, and it's... Well, fine. I'm just gonna leave. Mare vibes for sure. I got a smooge. Okay. We could do a yokai test. We can do a yokai test. There we go. Keep camera view side. Well, it's technically always on the side, so I don't know what that comment means. Bro. We're thinking it's a mare. Yeah. Side cider? Yeah, I mean, I could like push it further to the side. Yeah. Yokai, stop it, Baron. Okay. Oh, you sneaky devil. You sneaky devil. You're a yokai, aren't you? Yes, you are. Throw the camera in the center of the screen. What I should do is I should make another scene where the camera is full screen and then the game is very low, like very small in the bottom right corner. That's what I should do. That'd be pretty funny. In a hot tub. Well, yeah, of course. Of course. I'm pretty sure this is a yokai. Unless, I don't know. I mean, how far is this? Yeah, it should have absolutely come in here. Reverse game scene. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Yeah. Don't you do it, dude. You're cheating. Just cheating. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I don't like it one bit. It's a cheater. What does a yokai do? A yokai can only hear your voice and sense your electronics within 2.5 meters. So anything beyond, let's see, roughly, hold on. Like if I'm standing here, hold on, wait for it. You piece of crap. If I hit the walkie and Ghost is here and it does not come directly to us, yokai. Why is the ghost cheating? I don't know. I could ask the ghost. Hey, why are you cheating? I don't know. Hey, what up, Tay? How are the games going? They're good. They're fine. Ghost is being a stinker. Oh, flip cup. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I was gonna say, no, you ate the crucifix. Why does the TV work? Why is the ghost hunting so much? It's because my sanity is nothing. Yeah. I don't like the look of the camera at the top. I like the look of it at the bottom better. The only thing that it blocks out is like the tier 3. Blocks out the tier 3 thermometer. No. That doesn't bother me none. What are you doing? Wait for it to hunt again so we can do another yokai test. Because for a minute there we were convinced of a possible mare, and then now we're like, I don't know. Yeah. Hey B, welcome in. Are we just done hunting now? Ghosty? Oh, it threw the cat toy up here. It just be chilling now? All right. Do the zooms. Yeah. Papa Smurf, what up, homie? Hello? Will you please hunt? You haven't correctly guessed a ghost. Any tips? Yeah, get your evidence. If you're not getting a ghost correct, that means you're not getting your evidence. Yeah. Do I respect other YouTubers that play Phasmo? I don't know what kind of a question is that. That's a really weird question to ask. He does not, apparently. SCP, welcome in. Do you think they are nice or respectable? I mean, I like a lot of creators. But the question of like, do you respect any creators? That's to assume that I don't respect other creators, which is really weird. First item, music box, but it's already hunting. We don't need, yeah, it's fine. Now it's eating all the crucimi fixes. Yeah. Axe, hello. Right. I have no reason to not respect them. I think it's just out of general politeness that you respect somebody until they give you a reason not to. There we go. Finally. Holy mackerel. Like, I have no reason to dislike somebody unless they give me a reason to dislike them. Like, does that make sense? Yeah, okay. Go ahead, come here. Come here, we'll give you a smooge. Here. That's for you. Enjoy. Boom. Thoughts on Star Wars. Oh my god. All right, we got the ghosty. We got the ghosty. Is there a vid? A vid of what, Clips? What are you looking for? Yokai. Yokai. Joel, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, dude. You respect the moon and the stars.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
All the above, sir. All the above. No, I've never played Phas with Insim. No, we've played Lethal Company together. The problem is the timing. The timing is not good because I work during the day and then he streams at that time during the day. So it's not like I can't just jump into games and stuff. Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately, work. How dare you? Do I respect the weeklies? We've done enough of them. Yeah, what up, Blue? We've done enough of them. All right, we got the parabolic. So let's get that. I jobs during the day. I do jobs during the day. I does. Did you say you were a video editor? Yeah, I'm a lead video editor for a production house. Yep. Respect the viewers until they give me a reason not to. Same thing. You're jobbing right now? Slip, please don't get in trouble. Please don't get in trouble with your job. Please don't. Plays amateur? Don't make me do it. I'll do it. I will absolutely play on amateur. No, that's okay. Let's do a no evidence run. We haven't done one in a little bit. Preset, nightmare. That's not the right screen. Here, go down to ghosty shorts. None. Okay, okay. Yeah, we played on amateur for our oh gosh. We played on amateur for the, was it the 8,000? Was it the 8,000th investigation? I think so. I think so. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. All right. Where have we not been for I know evidence in a little while? Does anybody remember? Where has it been? The school? Oh, don't say that. Prison? Maybe. Camp Woodwind? Oh, you know what? Maybe camp could be a good idea. I don't like it that much, but that might not be a bad idea because you're right. We haven't done Camp Woodwind in a while. Not for no evidence. Friggy is always fun. Random has a higher chance for prison in high school, or is it just me? Amen. Yeah, one in chat. If when you press random, you get a larger map. 90% of the time. That's me. High school, prison, Sunny Meadows. 90% of the time. Yep. Yep. Really, soccer? You don't? Oh, man. Oh, dude. It's almost all the time. It's persistent. It's nonstop. Restricted? Oh, that could turn into a large. Well, that can turn into a long one, too. All right. Would you rather have restricted or would you rather have woodwind? You choose. The choice is yours. Feelings on the new map? I like it. I like it a lot. I like how custom it is. I like how custom it is. I'm seeing a lot of woodwind. We're going to do woodwind. We'll do that. We'll do that. So my no evidence runs, super easy setup wise. I just preset nightmare, ghost, scroll down to evidence and turn off evidence. That's what I do for mine. You don't have to do it like that. You could do preset of professional and turn off your evidence. You get a couple perks for that one. You would get your sanity monitor, your activity monitor, just to see if the ghost is doing anything. And then you would be able to, like, sanity loss would be different, things like that. I just have always done it with nightmare because I feel like it was like the next step up. So that's just the way I've always done it. So yeah. So yeah. A 10-12 on Sunny? No, that would just be boring. Tips or tricks on YouTube for channel video. Wait, for for video editors, freelance video editor, just starting a small business out of the office. Are you just editing for YouTubers? Or are you doing editing work for commercial as well, for like businesses? Are you filming yourself? Or are you doing no filming at all and you're just editing? Yeah, Nightmare, I do without the screens. I don't have sanity monitor. I don't have activity monitor. Yeah. But how do you really have fun without getting any evidence? Why do you require evidence to have fun? That's the real question. You and Ensum are like polar opposites, and that's okay. That is absolutely okay. Okay. We are going to do a no evidence run on Camp Woodwind. This one is dangerous because the room boundaries on Camp Woodwind are not very fun. If you get the ghost around the campfire, it's not a blast, but the difference with this one is that we don't have to look for evidence. We just have to test the ghost. So hopefully we have at least a decent hiding spot, maybe two, and hopefully we live. So let's rock. Why Premiere cannot do a simple thing like expanding text with keyframes. What? Oh, you mean with that? Oh, because if you expand it with just the actual scale, then it's going to degrade the actual, it's going to degrade the text. I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm sure there's ways of making that happen though. I'm sure there are. Yeah. Okay. So no evidence. Larry Hall. Imagine I go like this and I see orbs and we just leave. Imagine. Imagine. Okay, let's go. Strictly video editing, one YouTube client and one commercial client. And what are you trying to figure out how to do, Slicer? I'm a little confused as to what you're trying to figure out. Worst ghost for no evidence? It depends if you have breaker available or not. If you have breaker available, Yura is definitely up there. It's been doing its ability more often though, that's for sure. It's been doing it more often. Thank goodness. Bode. Da bode. I heard you. Lover's bench or no? Are you in blue? Ah, you threw the shoe. Oh no, I like the fog. No, I prefer it. I prefer it. All right, go. Jesus, riveting. Hey, you jerk. You scared me. All right. Well, we know ish where it is. Damn it. Now we can start doing tests. We can drop some crucifixes down. We can do an Onryo test just to get it done early. All the things. Try not to perish. Roger that. Commencing non-perish mode. I'll put one there. That. Instant walkies. Okay, no wraith. Instant walkies. Drop the no wraith down. I'm a non-perishable item. Aw. Aw, that was very kind of you to say. Hey. Relax. That's not what relaxing is. That is like anti. Dude. Not a phantom. Jiminy Christmas. I should probably make sure we don't have a mimic now. Definitely not a shade. All right, we can do a test for that. We can put this over there, put that over there. I don't want to take sanity. I really don't. Care Bear, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate. Dude, are you an Oni? What is with the physical manifestations? This is an Oni, right? Oni for days? Oni for days? Where can I hide? Maybe I should take sanity. P-Bear, what's up, dude? This is screaming Oni. We're gonna wait a second. We're gonna wait a second. Okay, just in case. I don't want to get hunted quite yet. Kind of hurting being able to see orbs here. Oni fans, roger that. Hey, test for a mimic with no evidence. You see orbs. The orbs are not actual evidence, so you'll see them on a no evidence run. That is the good part. All right, so no hiding, no hiding. Death barrels are not even there. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be small tent. Ooh, let's check yellow tent, actually. Slice, welcome in. Nope. Nope, it's going to be either the toilet or a small tent. No. Why are orbs not evidence? Because it's just a trait of the mimic. It's just a trait for the ghost. Yeah, for the mimic, they're fake. So if you get Spirit Box, Ultraviolet Freezing, you know it's a mimic. But you'll still see orbs. You'll still see orbs and be like, wait a minute, well, none of the ghosts have that. And you know why. All right. So, we know where Ghosty is. Easy peasy. Again, I really think this is an Oni. I really, really do. Get these guys. Jill. Just have the ghost photo. Okay. Orange, what's up? Welcome in. I have one in there, one there, one there. Here, let's just do. Okay. That's a 7 stack. Don't let me forget. A 7 stack. I think it just flipped this switch. Times it for me, 240. I don't need a ghost photo. Okay. Roger that. Cool. So, got our smudge here. Let's go get another one just because the salt is so yummy. And then let's find out what our curse object is. We need repel and crucifix. Repel and crucifix. Sailor! What up, homie? This is going to make us blind a little bit. Oh, God. Hi, Sailor. How are you, friend? Guys, go follow my amazing friend, Miss Sarah Sugarplum. Sailor is also a Kinetic Games partner, an amazing Phasmo player, plays lots of spooky games, lots of things. Go give Sailor all the love. Hey, hey! You turd? Now another fifth. I said relax! Literally zero chill. Zero chill. Oh, son of a... Nope. You event me to hunt. Nope. Not today. Nope. Not gonna happen. No shot. Give me another smudge. We're waiting for the hunt. No. No. Nope. 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 I'd rather go sit by the ghost and wait for it to event me to a hunt. What's your name? Larry Hall! Yeah, we're good. Larry! Larry, I'm not pulling the cards, damn it. Ain't gonna do it. Larry. Larry, we need an Avanti. Larry, got some questions for you. Let's see. Let's put this more out here. Hey, there we go. Yeah, there. We needed that. Now we gotta repel. Now we gotta repel. Splice! Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you, friend. Okay, now what I want to do is go high. It might eat that other crucifix, and that is okay. And that is okay. Splice, thank you so much, friend. You know, I like the fire because of the light, but I really just don't want the sound right now. I really don't want the sound. Larry said pull the cards. No, that is not what Larry said. Look, look. Every single event has been a physical event. Every single one. Every single one. You know what? I have trust issues. I know I just heard the motion sensor, but it's been kind of all over the place, and I don't want it to hunt on top of us. I'd rather play it a little bit safe. Spirit box? Hard to get spirit box in a no evidence run. Yeah. Yeah. PJ, what up, dude? My day's good, Can. How's yours? Tis good. Tis good. Come on, Ghosty. You can do it. Hey, Trouble. Welcome in. We know you're within hunting range. Let's go. Right now, we're just waiting for the ghost to hunt so we can watch it. Oni is going to be way more visible. Larry wants respect. You have to earn respect. Larry Hall. Have I gotten another Benjamin Belfield? No, we did get another one, like, not far after the other one, though. Yeah. Maybe he wants me to play guitar for him? Sure. Hey, Ben! Wait, you're not Ben. You're Larry. Larry! I don't want to give Larry a hug. I'd really rather not. Well, now you're not a physical event, Larry. What the hell? Look at you, dude. You're all bubbly. There we go. Hey, we wanted that. Yep. That's an Oni that ever did Oni. Gotta walk the doggo. No worries, Sparkle. Appreciate you, friend. Get smudged. For sure. Real, thank you for getting merch. Appreciate you. Shep, welcome in. Are you still hunting? Oh, no, you're done. Okay. That is totally an Oni, dude. Totally an Oni. All right, we got the photos. Got Ghosty. Got all those. Got the objectives. We got that. Let's get out. Rockin'. Okay, man. You know, F you. Is that like a send-off? Larry. Larry. He's so spicy.
Welcome back. I prepared some jobs.
Yeah, there's our Oni. Okay. Yeah, I got the bone. I made sure to pick it up. It was the pelvis over in the food tent. Yeah. I couldn't tell if it was an angry goodbye or if it was like a hey, I'll see you later. So I don't know. I yelled at him. I feel bad now. But he was trying to give us a hug. A bad one, to be fair. But yeah, there we go. Nice. Not too bad. That was definitely not too bad. Not a bad game at all. It could have gone way, way worse. Yeah. I appreciate it, Can. Thank you. So spicy. It's so spicy. Nicely done. All right. All right, let's go back to our comfy. Nice little no evidence run. Then we'll go back to our comfy. We'll do a ridge. We'll do a ridge. I don't think I unlocked anything else, did I? I don't think so. The nice thing about Nightmare is just the ability to explain things that are happening because it's not just so apparent. On Professional, it's like you get the evidence. It's like, it's this ghost. Okay, you can leave. But on Nightmare, there's a little bit more to it because you have to explain what's happening, you know? You know what I mean? SMH is a little hard to say, friend. Maple? Oh, I did say Maple. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. We'll do Ridge after. We'll do Ridge after. I said I would do Maple. You're right. I think there might be a couple things I didn't actually upgrade, even though I can. Para, photo. Ah, I don't like, I like that. It's here too. Yeah. Discarded. Thank you for the 3-month prime. Appreciate you. Did we, yeah, we did Edgefield earlier. I think it was the first map I did. I think so. What up, Johnny? Okay. Now we're going to go to Maple. Let's go. We're going to save Toe. Toe needs a saving.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the
Fog
equipment
again.
and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. There have been new reports of occurring
Gee.
objects nearby.
So much fog. Maybe I want to do Paramic on this one. I kind of do. I kind of do. I kind of do. Was that bathroom or here? Blue, thank you for the 18 months and spicy. Thank you for the gifted friend. Jennifer Brooks? Jennifer? Jennifer Brooks? Jennifer? Okay, dude. Oh, it's over there. Okay. Okay. Oh, that could have been through. Wait. Okay, now I'm really confused. That might have been through the wall. That might have been through the wall. Tika! All right, we're just going to leave this stuff here for now, and then we'll come back. We do have the power on, which is super helpful. Oh, Tika, thank you for the subs. I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Gamer Wolf! What the hell is going on? What is happening? What is happening? What is going on? I'm really glad we found out where the ghost was early. Holy shit. Clutter, thank you so much for the 6 months. Dude. Dead, thank you for the follow. Oh my god. I'm gonna sneeze. It's coming. Tara, thank you for the subs. Jesus Christ. Thank you guys for the hype train. Holy hell. Oh my word. What did I just see in my room? Oh my god, I thought I saw one of my kids behind me. I was like, oh, dude, they were gonna scare the crap out of me. Holy hell. Guys. I appreciate you. And we hit the daily, so I have to do a wheel spin after this game. Maggot, thank you for the bit. I have not. I'll check in a little bit. Ah, it is here. Nice. Okay, this is a good thing. That's not a good thing. It's not Noni. A Noni. Waiting to find the bone in the corner. Look, it's not going to happen every time, dude. Brother, ew. Dutch, thank you for the gifted. What's that, brother? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Hold. Hold. No, you guys are amazing. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the hype train. Yoda, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Ray, thank you for the 3 months. Hello. All right, let's rock. Let's rock. Yeah, we'll do a wheel spin after this game. After this game. Let's do this guy, that guy, that guy. Oh, I can't do all 3 of these. We'll wait on you. We'll wait on you. I hate it here. All right, Ghost, I need you to go for a walk here. I need you to go for a walk here. Mods be moody? Because they're deleting someone's message because they're begging for a sub? Well, that's not really moody. Yeah, I would definitely respect the moderators for sure. Johnny! Thank you for the 6 months, homie. Mods are moody. They're not letting me beg for a sub. It's weird energy, dude. It's weird energy. Nerf? No, they don't play Nerf. No, not that I'm aware of. Do I know when the console's coming out? The console's going to come out around the Halloween time. Like the Halloween event time-ish. Yeah. I have not seen the Deadpool movie. No. No, not yet. No, I haven't had time. Haven't had time. And Frosty, they said 100. They said 100%. They said 100% at that time. Did I just see an orb? I saw a basketball go flying. Jazzy! You guys are different. Oh my god. Or is that the fireflies coming through the tent? Oh my god. What is wrong with you all? Is that the fireflies coming through the... Yeah, I think it is. Okay. Yeah, it is. Never mind. Let's go try Spirit Box. Let's try this. We'll take that. We'll grab one of these guys. Go over there. Take that. Do this. Do that. Oh my God. Muted. Did you ever see the FNAF movie? No! Dude, there's so many. The hard part is that, like, when I want to watch movies with the missus, she doesn't like horror movies, so then I end up missing some things. Yeah. Ghosty. Ghosty. Hello. Where are you? See my breath. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you...
Taken away.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's why we weren't getting anything else. It's... Okay, that's EMF 5. This. Spirit Wraith twins. Have you walked in the salt, homie Slice? Stop it. It has. Okay, no. Glay! Hi, Glay! Thank you, Murphy. Don't live in America, I do. I live on the East Coast, yeah. You smell twins? I kind of do as well, because it almost sounded like it just did two things at once. Yeah. It surely seemed like it, yeah? We didn't see the cursed object, though, so I don't know where the cursed is. Oh my God. Break! How are you, Daylight? Good to see you, friend. What the hell is going on? What is happening? Thank you for the hype train, you guys. You guys are freaking different. Freaking different. Let me snooze these things. Ads are trying to play and we're going to stop them. Came, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome in. We are on Maple Lodge. We are between two ghosties right now. We got to save Toe. Oh, yeah. Hey, Toe. It's Toe. Pablo, welcome in. Would it be possible to get 5 High Priestess and 5 Hanged Man stack of power? I don't know. I mean, theoretically. I don't see why not. I guess it's just a matter of chance, right? Sorry. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of chance. Spicy, thank you for the gifted. There you go. Give you a little reading material and protection. There we go. Yeah, I have Toe. Toe's on the shelf. Toe's up there and on a shirt. Yeah. Break of Daylight made the one that's up there. Jazzy. Jazzy. Jazzy, thank you so much for the subs, dude. Oh my God. Need to swing by the shop and get the the shirt with all the plushies. Yeah, I love that one so much. The plushies attack shirt. Yeah, it was done so well. So well. We did it. We did it. He's safe. All right, let's go find out what the cursed possession is so we can make it hunt. Yeah. Money down that it's cards. Money down that it's cards. Still broken? Hey, it's still broken. Hey, Shady, welcome in. How are you? We're halfway to that. Are we really? You're saying voodoo? Did I check for voodoo? It's not cards. I don't know if I checked for music box either. To be fair. Oh. Gamer Wolf, oh, thank you for gifting to Shady. Murphy! What is the record? Oh gosh, I don't know if it said it in, I know it says it in Discord. I don't know if it says it there. Level 18 at 92%, I think, is our all-time. Yeah. How can you level up fast in Phasmo? Really high multipliers. Really high multiplier games that you can get done quickly. It's going to be the fastest way to level up. Yeah. Any chance the designs could be a poster or a plate for purchase? That'd be really cool. You could put the idea in Discord if you want, Death. Like to have it put on something different, have it put on like you said, to have it like a sort of like a display kind of thing, or have it put on a, is that the bone? Oh shit. Or have it put on an actual like poster that you can hang on the wall. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Fishy buns. Thank you, friend. Yep. Plushy poster. No, no, I appreciate you saying something, Death, because it's definitely a good thing to think about. I appreciate you saying something. Thank you. Like a vertical poster could be kind of sick. Hey, Caitlin, how are you? All right. So we think twins are spirit. I think what I'm going to do, I think here's the move. We're going to leave one smudge here. We're going to, okay. I was going to say you made a mess, Ghosty, but I think I made the mess. And now it's over in there in the shower. I think I made the mess. Was the cursed? It's the summoning circle. So I think I'm going to go drain my sanity and make it hunt. And we're going to listen. Yeah, Jazzy, thank you for the bits. We'll go make it hunt. We'll come back over here. We'll listen. Speed. The two should be, it should be pretty obvious which one it is. Would it be cool when they rework the farmhouses in Grafton Bleasdale? Would be a chainsaw Easter egg. Oh, Leatherface? Oh my god. That'd be a pretty sweet collab though. Imagine they start collabing with other like horror stuff, kind of like DBD does. That'd be sick. So the idea of this, I'm not trying to light it to summon the ghost. Oh no. I'm just trying to drain my sanity. Hey New, welcome in, how are you? It's a shame. Yeah, it's okay though, Dutch. We'll definitely try another time. For sure. We'll definitely try another time. Agreed upon. Let's fast twin. It's fast twin for sure. Himawari, thank you for the biddies. Twin, for sure. For sure. Thank you guys for the hype train. You guys are wild. Cleanse and escape. Well, crap. GR, welcome in. Should have done that. Missed opportunity. Opportunity. Your favorite ghost is a Goryo? Who hurt you? Oh my. Hey, Five, welcome back. Grab another one just for kicks. I wanted the... It's gonna happen, Ray. Oh, it's happening, friend. It arrived. It's here. Oh, it's here. Oh, it's here. Johnny, thank you for the biddies. Yeah. So the shark, the Bruce cosplay is here. So it's just picking a day when we're going to do it. Do I use Discord suggestions? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Death. That's perfectly fine. Of course. Hailed! Oh, thank you for getting merch, friend. Ew. Come back. No, don't go over that way. It's going all the way to the other side of the bathroom. Son of a biscuit. Hi, Queen. The day's been good, friend. How's yours? Oh, crap. Come back. Come back. Son of a. Relax here for a bit. Nice. Can't complain. What's the monthly goal? The monthly... Oh, I think I just heard the twin interaction right there. I think I just hurtsed it. The monthly goal is for 1K. I can show you where we are currently in a second. But hold on. Hold, please. Angel Wings. Hello, friend. Now he's hoping it fits. It's not a onesie. It should be okay. I say should. That doesn't mean it will. Doesn't mean it will. Hold on. Spicy? Look, I turn these lights on not for you to eat the crucifix, you turd. Shamo. Shamo. What up, eSport? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Same spicy ghost from earlier. From earlier? Well, I was playing on Woodwind earlier. Now we're on Maple Lodge. Yeah. Hey, Taz. Thank you for the follow. Oh, Z. Hi, Z. How's it going, friend? How's streams been? Sir, thank you for the prime. Weekend's been good. Lots of family time. I get it, dude. You can whisper. It's great. It's great. It's awesome. Great. Lovely. Awesome. Great. Oh, shit. That scared me. Oh, my God. Hey. Nope. Nope. I gotta waste it. Please. Hey, I really need you not to come over here, okay? If you come over here, I'm gonna be upsetty spaghetti. I'm upsetty spaghetti, ma'am. She had no business coming over there. The death barrels. Yeah, it's the death barrels of Maple Lodge. I know. Son of a biscuit. It's okay. She had no reason to go over there. She did not see me go over there. Is that not a hiding spot? Technically, no, because it doesn't get blocked. You know better. I want it to work, Z. I really like that spot. Yeah, I die there often. Anytime I hide there, it's really a 50-50 whether I'm going to live or not. Yeah. I mean, listen, I could have done it could have been way safer than that, but I had to go for it. I had to give it another go. Right. All right. All right. Well, let us pause. Let us pause for a second so we can spin the wheel. The old college try. Hey, BK, that's right. That is correct. We had to try, man. I died at the death barrels. I mean, listen. I get it's in the name, but listen. Listen. Relax. The barrels of doom. Yes, Woodwind has the same thing. There's barrels, but those barrels are actually a hiding spot, and it's worse. And it's way worse. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is the good wheel for reaching the goal once. So let us see what we're going to get. Hey, Void. Good afternoon. How are you? A subby. A subby. A subby. All right. Let's do the ting. We'll make it fast too. We'll make it fast. Break of daylight. Oh, well, shite. Okay. Well, that could be bad. That could be very bad. Now we get to spin the bad wheel too. Wasabi. Sorry, I think of Ellen every time. I think of Ellen every single time. All right, we're gonna. This is gonna take like a minute. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time doing this. If you are not subbed and you want a chance at getting a sub, type the word sub in chat. If you are subbed and you win, you get to pick somebody to get it. So you better have somebody in mind, but just type the word sub. That's all you have to do. Type the word sub. That's it. I'll give you like 30 seconds. I'll give you like 30 seconds. But yeah, that's, yeah. And then after this, I have to spin the bad wheel, which has not good things for me on it. Yeah. Sydney, welcome in. How are you? No, Frosty, no. No, because it's it only gets recognized over on the purple side, friend. Yeah. Yeah. It ends today, guitar. Oh, man. Well. Yeah, you only have to type it once. Once you type it once, you're good to go, man. You're locked in. You're locked in once you do that. I'll give you 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Sydney, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you. No vinegar, though? No, that was removed. No, that was removed because that was like actual pain. Yeah, we're not doing all that jazz. No shot. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Caden, welcome back. No, but no, it was actual pain. No, it was not good. It was not good, Z. It was really bad. And it goes to the phone. No pain, no gain. I don't know what there is to gain there. I don't think that that saying works there. I don't think that that works there. All right, so listen. Because you're already subbed, that means that you have to pick somebody. You have to pick somebody. That's what that means. It's up to you how you want to do it. It's up to you. You see a name you like? Ooh, I like that color. They paid me a really nice compliment. Like, not me, but you. I like that you just chose immediately. God, I like that a lot. Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right. Nevercat, I typed your name in chat, friend. Where you at? Nevercat, where you at? Here. There you are. Awesome. I got you, friend. I got you. You can thank them. I'm on it. I'm on it. Imagine AFK. No, they're fine. They're fine. As long as I saw them in chat, they would be absolutely fine. I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to see their name. They would have been perfectly fine, man. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Tron? Welcome in. All right. I have ads that are about to start, but we need to do the thing. Because I have to do the other wheel too. And I want to keep the ball moving. Oh, God. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much for the Prime. Little, appreciate you. Miss Hangry, welcome in. Okay. We're going to try. I'm going to get this. I'm going to spin this before the ads happen. Balls. No, thank you, Lady Ravenous. I appreciate the offer, though. Thank you. I like this wheel. Why you got to say it like that? Why you got to say it like that? Okay. Oh, it looks fun for us. All right. It's a hand. That's not a Bean Boozled. It's a handful of it. I like the bad wheel. Y'all are mean. It's a handful. And we'll wait till the ads are done and we'll do it. I saw Tron. Yeah, I saw you, but I mean, your name on here is not the same though. So yeah. Uh-oh, stinky. Oh, it could have been way worse. The ranch soda is still here. The ranch soda is still in the fridge. Yeah. Yeah, party. I'm not doing one. I think that's cheatsy doodling. If I do one, that's not fair. No, I don't just do one. All right. If you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, don't worry, friends. We wait for the ads here. So we're going to wait for the ads and then we're going to continue on. The way that I always look at it, is I would highly suggest to you as a viewer on Twitch that I would get turbo. I would highly recommend it so you don't have ads across Twitch. And then I would sub to whoever you want to sub to support. That's the way that I do it. That's the way that I do it. Because I get no ads on Twitch anywhere, but then I subscribe to people to support. Yeah, don't. That's just my suggestion. Please use it any way you choose. I love turbo. I've had it for so long. Yeah. Yeah. It's not possible to subscribe to everybody, man. It's literally impossible. Especially if you're like, well, I want to subscribe to get rid of ads, which is obviously a perk of it, but yeah. But not everybody can, so that's why we wait. So we wait. We let the ads play, and then we continue. Yep. What is turbo? Think of it like YouTube Premium. It's your ability to have 0 ads across the platform. The creator still benefits from you being in the stream. So it's not like it's like you pay and then they get nothing or something like that. No, it's still beneficial. Yeah. I clicked start, and it's wait. There we go. Okay. There we go. There we go. Fate, what'd you just try to do? Oh, it's not letting you. Oh, because links were turned off, Fate. That's why. Wait, why did yours get turned off? Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Why did yours get turned off? Fate, can you try that again? Stream Elements is a bully today. There we go. Yeah, it got turned off. I don't know why the exclude group got turned off and it literally didn't allow it from anybody. That was weird. Yeah, because VIP should be excluded from that. Right. Okay. Cool. No, I appreciate it. Thank you, Fate. No. I saw the link. I saw it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Cool. But yeah, I would definitely check it out. Definitely recommend it. Tron, thank you for the follow. Flango, thank you. Rain, thank you again for the 7 months. You guys are freaking awesome. Once the ads are done, we'll do this stupid thing. Continue forward. Bait is being bullied. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're fine. Tips on looping the ghost? Make sure to reserve your sprint. Reserve your sprint. I mean, it depends on what kind of looping you're talking about and like where. Because I think a lot of people, when they're talking about looping the ghost, if you're thinking of somewhere like Tanglewood where you have the kitchen island, you can crouch and break line of sight. So when it comes to looping, especially if you're crouched or you can't see Ghosty, being able to hear Ghosty, your headphones, knowing if it's to the left of you or to the right of you is extremely important. Squat. That's right. You got to squat. Get your crouch on. It's really important. No, man, it's different for everybody. It's different for everybody. There's some people that probably got 0 of them, even though they don't have turbo or subbed or anything. It's with Twitch, it's delivered differently to people. Some people will get none. Some people will get some people will get all. It's different. It just depends on location and things like that. Yeah. Looping and pooping is tough. No, I mean, 2-in-1, 2-in-1 special. Or just loop like Coach. Yeah, if you guys didn't see it, I posted a clip recently. Shorts, TikTok, you pick. It's there. I need to feature that. Well, the hard part is that I had to take 2 sections and put them together. So I can't just clip it and then feature it on Twitch, unfortunately. I don't know. Unless I like upload a clip and then feature it that way. I haven't experimented with some of that stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It was funny. She was like, she immediately said, "This is going to be a clip, isn't it?" I said, "Yeah." Yeah, it definitely is. She said, "I loop good." Just gone. All right. I loop good. I do have a water over here. She was so funny. That's why Coach is amazing. Poor Coach. Poor Coach. All right, which ones do we have? Oh, cool. Those are pear booger. That's either, that could be stink bug. That could be, wait, what is that one? Oh, that could be liver and onions. Stinky socks. Cool. Great. Who's on? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you. And then we'll move forward with Redview. Any barf ones? Not in this handful. But I immediately got stinky socks though, which is awesome. Sydney on the second go for the bat. I can't just do one. It's not fair to them. Stinky Socks was your nickname in high school? That's cool. See, I feel like I used to be able to deal with the beans way better. I don't know what happened, man. It went south real fast. Some of the St. Jude streams I did where we would have it, I'm like, what happened? Why are my senses so high right now? It's like, dude, age? I hate it here. The only good bean out of that entire thing was the berry one. They were not good. I'm trying to get through it. Kiana, thank you for the merch. We're the same age. Oh. Fine, you win. How are you still chewing? Because I have to. I don't want it to get stuck in my throat. Fine, you win. Okay. Beans circle? What's next? What's the name of the ghost? Probably the kid. Probably Toothy McToothface. Just out of spite. Okay. We're gonna do the thing. Debating between the black shirt and the blue shirt. Decided on blue because I have a lot of black. Oh, Kiana, thank you for getting merch. I wear an endless sea of black shirts. It's just what I do. Just what I enjoy, man. It's what I enjoy. Okay. Put those there. Put those there. We have no idea where the ghosty is, so I'm just going to bring these back upstairs. I exclusively own blue shirts. Hey! We could, like, find everybody that exclusively owns certain shirts, and then boom. Power Rangers. Black goes with anything. Exactly. Thank you. Shade, shut up. Okay. So we want this. We want this. Get a photo. Light the circle. Get the pills. We do the ting. It's morphin' time? Yeah, it might be. It might be. You play Nightmare now? That's awesome. Is there an order for the light? No. Nope. Whatever order you want. The issue that I have with it is that you can be lighting the circle and it's draining your sanity as you light it, right? Well, if it decides to hunt and you don't know when you're lighting the circle and you finish lighting it, you're dead. Yeah. Mr. Doc! How's your face? It's been better. Had some beans. They weren't great. But how are you, sir? Unless you're using tier 3 flashlight, then no drain. Wait, what? Oh, firelight. I thought you said flashlight. I'm like, what did you just say? Never mind. Scratch that. I was about to say, dude, listen, the misinformation is about to spread like wildfire. Don't do this. Don't do this. Cruge, what's up? How are you? Welcome in. Lil, how are you? Too many times got caught off guard on that. Yeah. All right. So we have a pill down there. We got that down there. We got that down there. We should be okay. I say we should be okay. And watch, we're not going to be okay. So we light, pill. Okay. Let it replenish. Okay. Wait for it. I knew it. Oh my God, I knew it. I told you. I told you it was going to be the kid. Footies. It's Toothy McToothface. Could be. It's the kid. It's crawling. Is this a Pulte? You're throwing a lot. There's a lot of yeetage happening there. Hey, Charge, what's up, dude? Thank you, Royal. It might be a Polters. Yeah. Who wants to play Roblox? Oh, let me go get the tablet from the van. Doc, how's your meetup with Mr. Cheebs? I saw Grammy wasted no time making you guys into a podcast. Wasted no time. Wonder where the ghost room is. Ghost type. iPad kid. Could be. Jocelyn, thank you for the bits. Meetup was amazing. Good. I swear I hear a new blurb. That's why I love blurb. That is why I love. That's why I love blurb. Because there's so much variety. Grem is absolutely out of control. Wait, Grem is out of control? What happened? What did he do? Madsen, welcome in. All right, let's get some stuff in the door. Intended, not broken. All right, Ghosty Shorts, where you at? I'll put that in there, put that in there. We know we got the ultraviolet. Oh, with the editing. Oh, yeah. He's so funny. But tell me you're not like, you didn't think about it though. For like a second, you're like, all right, that's not like that bad of an idea. You know you thought it. Did you just, oh, you stinky little butthole. All right. So the question becomes, where is Stinky? Where, oh where, is the ghost? Red Wolf, welcome in. What's up, homie? How we do? Oh. You're not a Pulte. No shot. That was at like 3:31. Upstairs. Yeah. Yeah. Night Wolf, thank you for the 5 months. The fridge is empty. Go away. There we go. All right. We'll take you. You. And let's take you. Humping off for tonight. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you, friend. A shower? Sounded faster. It's... Oh, there's orbs. Banshee Obake? Banshee? Freezing? It's a mimic? Taking a poo op? Roger that. E. All right. And I need parabolic anyway. Okay. Yeah, it's a... No, it does not need any milk. Take these just in case Ghosty gets too spicy. Can't wait for the console release in October. I know. We're getting there, man. We're getting there. One of these days, Alice. One of these days. You know. It is a tier 3. Oh, the timing was off. Oh. Come on, give us a whisper. Shamo. I appreciate it, Madsen. It's great to have you here, friend. Appreciate you, friend. You bought purple lights for 500? Did you? Unless I don't see it in my chat for redeems. Will console and PC versions be synced so that you can play together regardless of system? You'll be able to crossplay, if that's what you're asking. Dang it. You'll be able to crossplay. Yes. So if your friends are on console and you are on PC, yes. That was so loud. Hi, Twig. How could you? It was so loud. Ghost, I need you to relax. This one really got... Some of them are bad, man. Some of them are bad. Yeah. Whoop, Jack. Okay. Immediate whisper. Get out of here, dude. Get out of here, dude. What to do with the Camerato? There it is. Okay. We do have to be careful with the Mamake. We do have to be careful. Can someone who's a mod check it? Yeah, we could check to see if to look at the channel redeems and see if it was redeemed. For sure. Five minutes ago. Wait, why'd you say you did it 5 minutes ago and you're saying now? Wait, what? It's on cooldown at the moment? Right. Right. Okay, let me see. You did purple lights, right? And then literally like 2 minutes later, someone did red lights, right? And then Song did blue lights. Yeah. So somebody, you did redeem it, but then somebody else redeemed it to change the lights again. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Yeah. That's all that was. That's all that was. Hades, welcome in. All right. We need these guys. We might as well go for a perfect if we can. If it's possible. Always making sure that it's just working. That's the main thing. Hey. Just in case, dude. Imagine this thing. Imagine it mimics a Dio, and then all of a sudden I'm hiding. What's the settings? It's nightmare. Trifecta. It's nightmare. Yeah, it changes the background color. Yeah. Sometimes it may be good. Sometimes it may be... Yeah, it's just ways to use coins. Okay, now it's done. That's right. I forgot we have no juice. You. I don't need a photo of you, right? I already have a photo of you. Nightmare and Insanity are your favorite? I like Insanity when I give myself a cursed object. I don't like it without it. All right. Did we see the bone in our travels by chance? See a thing? No bone yet? Boneless. Roger that. Chicken bone? Could be. Upstairs? It's a good possibility. Yeah. Yeah, because we were walking around all downstairs and we didn't see anything, so there's a very good possibility. You know, this explains why we thought the ghost was a Pulte at one point, and then all of a sudden it didn't seem like a Pulte. It definitely explains why. It makes sense. Miss Everbeja, what to do? Okay, probably up there. Why the child? I know. I know. Nothing there. Okay. You want to like the game, but you feel like you keep getting got by the ghost? What difficulty do you play on? Oh, you're so fast. Oh my Lanta. Oh my Lanta. Default? Well, you choose a difficulty when you play. It says what difficulty you're playing. So, I mean, that could be amateur. It could be intermediate. Like, is there a timer? Is there a timer whenever you get into the van? Who gave the child sugar? All right, that should have bought us enough time. There is. How much time is on that timer? Do you know by chance? Bon, where do you be? 5 minutes? Okay, so that's amateur then. Yeah, I mean, oh my word. Yeah, So I mean, if you want to call it default, because it's the starting one. It's when you first play the game. That's what you start on. If you keep getting got by the ghost, do you know where you can hide? Do you know the different hiding spots that you can go to? Murphy, thank you for the biddies. Beans for the kids. Oh, I appreciate you. We got the bone. We got the photos. We got the ghosty. We got the objectives. Let's get out. There's Rock. Don't give the ghosty kids cupcakes. No, that's a bad idea. It's an awful idea. Don't do that. The literal, I've got your back. I hate it. I know I could hide, but I always get... Right. But are you getting got inside of the hiding spot? That's what I'm wondering. Frickin' mamake. Yes. Okay. So, are you playing solo or are you playing with others? With friends. Do you by chance have an electronic on when you're hiding? Yeah. Vicky, you're getting at what I'm getting at. Total. Nice. You're making it sound like they're safe. Well, I mean, that's what hiding spots are. They are safe spaces. Yeah. That's what they're there for. I turn everything off. Okay. And are you sure? Well, do you use push to talk or do you use voice activation? Push to talk. Okay. Can you make sure the next time you play that you are actually on push to talk? Like go in here, go to this and make sure that says push to talk. Because if you keep getting got, I'm wondering if you had this happen to you. And I'm not saying you did this. I'm saying that somehow I'm wondering if you somehow got put on voice activation instead of push to talk. Because that happened to me. We were hiding at Edgefield and I kept getting found in that spot. And I'm like, man, what the hell is going on? Why does the ghost keep finding me? And I found out what it was. This turned to voice activation. I never use voice activation because I'm streaming and when I'm playing with friends, I use voice activation so they don't have to hear me yapping to other people. So I have no reason for voice activation. And all of a sudden I was on that. I'm like, that explains why I was getting got all the time. I don't yap a lot, whatever song. I'm not a yapper. You guys are mean. Mod abuse. Mod abuse. Start playing voice activation. Listen, I like when friends play voice activation because then they have everything that they're saying coming through the microphone. And when they scream and all that stuff, use toggle. That's not a bad idea. He's not a yapper. He's a conversationalist. Thank you. That sounds way more official and I dig it. I like it. Don't abuse your... Bibbidi, listen here. They're all spamming calling me a yapper and Bibbidi's like, hey, be nice to your mods. Hey, listen here. I hate it here. All right, let's go to Bleasdale. We've been doing a lot of Nightmare, especially because on Sundays. Sundays is meant to be a chill day, but that's when the ghosties, for some reason, amp it up, and I don't really know why, but they just kind of do. They just kind of do. Nothing upgrade. Let's go. Need a quit command? Yeah, probably. It would be in the thousands. It would be in the thousands at this point. All right. We have this time Raymond Holland. We need to escape the... Okay. We need to escape the ghost, capture a photo of the ghost, and cleanse. I kind of want to go in with a camera this time. I don't know why. I'm feeling like Ghosty's going to show up on us. I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm just feeling it, man. I'm feeling it. Is it worth getting a bone picture or just getting the bone? It depends. I mean, if you're going to go for a perfect game, why not? Get the bone picture, but if you're not going to go for a perfect game and you just so happen to see the bone, pick it up. Yeah, we had that talk not too long ago. Like, is a perfect game actually worth the time? Because the amount of time you spend investing into a perfect game, you could have invested into the next round. And how much do you make here, not perfect game, and then do that twice compared to one perfect game. So I think it just depends on how long it's going to take you. But also some people just want to get the perfect game because it's a bragging right, you know? I think they should. I don't know if that stat actually is tracked or not. Your perfect investigation stat should be tracked. How many imperfect investigations you've had. That stat should be real. I don't know if it is or not. I don't know. Yeah. Bye, BK. I think it is. Okay. I don't know if it is. I don't remember. I've never really checked. I guess I didn't think to check. Hey, we're hiding. I don't think it is, though. The objectives are absolutely something that will decide if you want to do it or not. But to state something that does disturb me, though, it does disturb me that I can pick this pillow up. I can't pick this one up. Are you in the back room over here? Thought I heard that. Thought I heard that. Wish they add a mode for more players on Larda. I would be very interested to see a 6-player game. I think that'd be really cool. This is a decorative pillow. I guarantee that I can go back. No, actually, you know what? Have the ghost loop you around that couch. That ghost will throw the freaking pillow, but you can't. Why is it the ghost is so damn strong, huh? All right. It's not fair. Raymond, show up. I'm just weak. Wow, dude. Dang, called me weak. Weak. 2 ghosts versus 8 hunters. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm a little sad that I never got to experience that. There was like a bug at some point in the game's life where you could make lobbies with like a crap ton of people, and I'm sad. A little sad I never got to experience that. All right, Ghosty. We know you there. We know you there. FX, hello, friend. What up, son? Ashley, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're gonna do this first, actually. Yeah. Remember those? I've seen clips. I never actually got to be a part of them, I just wasn't a part of the game at that point. Yeah. Thank you, Trifecta. Appreciate you. You died to a Myling the most? I mean, I died to a Ure the most at one point. But that changed. Now it's Demon. Which makes me feel a little bit better. Any phalanges? I don't know. I don't think so. We should move this. Maybe they can do an event at some point. I don't know if they have it. I don't know if they are actually interested in doing things like that, like custom events like that. I really wish that they would. When we were talking about them doing the weeklies, like this, what they've been doing with weeklies, I would love if they made them more custom, more like not so like I'm gonna make a game mode where you could also make this in a custom, but like this weekly, you can only do this by playing the weekly. You can't just go make this yourself. Like to do this, you have to play the weekly. So like where it spawns you in a different spot, or like we always use the lock-in as like a good example of that, but a locked-in challenge for the weekly where you actually are stuck in the house until you choose a ghost. And then when you choose the ghost, it says, are you sure? And then when you say yes, it allows you to leave. Like, you know, I don't know, just random thoughts, random thinks that could be pretty cool, but I don't know. It's up to them. It's obviously a lot of work, but it would just make it feel so much more immersive. Not so, again, like I could go make them on a custom game and just go do them. Stuck in the house and the gear is scattered around the map, right? Or just leave them in the in the foyer or something like that. I don't know. Whatever. All right, Ghosty, you're throwing a lot. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you far? Where are you? Go! EMF 5. Cool. Might be EMF 5 and dots. Let's try here. We're freezing. Hey! Do I even have a thermometer in here? I don't think I do. Did I just see dots by chance? It's always where are you, not how are you. I thought I saw a figure there for a second. His favorite map is how dare you? You did not see dot. How? Let's say it is. Wraith Onigori Araju. Okay, well that would get rid of you. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is probably a Wraith. Oh, nope. You sack of crap. Okay, so it's probably a Raiju then. Finish the contract one is GI where you're limited to the equipment. Previous cure. Right. Exactly. Hey, Audible, how are you? My dog's freaking out. Sparkle, welcome back. I thought I saw dots. I just want to wait and see. Stream, it's good. Ghosties have been behaving for the most part. We've had a few stinkies here or there, you know, destined to be inevitable. It is an active little bean. You look back and did not see them. Okay. Okay. Dude, this thing is EMF 5ing all over the place. All right, let's go make sure we have what we need then. Let's get a smudge and check for temps, because if it is temps, it's throwing a lot. Jin Shade Oni twins. The map is Bleasdale. No dots. Okay. I thought I saw a figure. Yeah. Going to bed. Good night, Mattson. Appreciate you. All right, we'll bring a smooge. Imagine I walk over here and see dots. Fishy buns. It's too much chaos. All right, let's take that in there because I have a feeling it's actually going to be freezing. I got a feeling it's going to be freezing. Let's go find out. Let's go find out. What's up, Henry? What happened? We're on the front page today. It's going to be dots anyway. Yeah, probably. I get it, dude. You're cool. You're going to show up when I'm not ready, too. Oh, look. It's negative 7.8 degrees. Jin Shade Oni twins. Jin Shade Oni twins. That's a problem. Because the power's all the way in the attic. Probably not you. This. Probably not you. Probably a Jin or twins. Let's go turn the power on. Probably an Oni? I don't think so. It's not a venting. But the only way we're going to be able to tell if it's a Jin is by getting the power on. So let's go upstairs. If we we see anything on our travels, we'll get it. I don't think I saw what the cursed was. Your power just went out? It's not a gen, Tiffany. Oh, it's Frank. Oh, he's had one too many. Wait a minute. Is Frank always face down? I thought Frank was always sitting up. Is he like this now because of how extra floppy he is? He's always sitting up. What happened? Frank, you good, brother? Hold on. Hold on. Let's try to correct you. I got you, homie. That's my man Frank right there. That's the Frank I know. That's the Frank I know. Cheer up, Buttercup. It's all good. All right. Well, I mean, we do have a hiding in the office. Oh, F it. Yeah, he's extra floppy. Look. Here, so you can see him better. Frank, you like having a good time? He's the life of the party. Yeah. It's a gin. It's a gin. I missed. Let's say that was 100% a miss. But you know what Michael Scott says? Why Bleasdale? Because I needed to pick a map? Wait, why not? Oni? No. No, I think it's a Jin. Hey, Kiwi. Relax. I hear you. No, it's a gym. Tis a gym. I heard it sprint. I heard it sprint. Welcome back, Bug. Jim and Frank just hanging around. Let's do this. Pill up. Get that in there. We'll take our camera in there. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe it'll actually just event and then we can take a photo. Thank you, Zong. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Now, because it's a Jin, that means it's not going to turn the power off, which is awesome. Cuts off the power? Nope. Literally the ghost that can't. Raymond Holland. Raymond. Raymond, we need a photo. How's a Jinn and a Revenant different in their speed? Paola, is that a question? He read YouTube chat. Hey B, welcome in. Yeah, the Revenant, when it doesn't have line of sight or when it doesn't sense you, is extremely slow. But the second that it sees you, it beelines. Hey, we need you to show up. That's not what I said. No worries, Vicky. Appreciate you, friend. Ghost, please. I need you to event directly in front of me. Ring around the rosy. Let's go. 1, 2. Bruh, Rooney, thank you for the follows. Appreciate you. Nope. It's being a turd. Really don't need these photos, but we're doing it anyway. Really, I should save it for our shot for Ghosty. What up, Brock? Welcome in. Ghost, come on. Please. Just event. Do the ting. Hello? Just gonna warm up by the heater. Come on. No, can't do a perfect game. No, can't do it every time. Smudge it. What is smudging it gonna do? Ooh, look at the red light. That's cool. Tripods are a waste in Phasmo? No? You have a higher chance of the ghost kicking your camera if you don't have it on a tripod. Hey, Silver, welcome in. Ghost, please. We're gonna give you like 20 seconds and then we're dipping. Curse object. It's the voodoo doll. Yeah, we already used it. Made him hunt, did all that jazz, and then we found out what ghost it was, and now we wanted to event so we can get a photo. But as you can see, it doesn't want to event. Yeah. Are you shy? Is it the light? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. My ghosts keep kicking tripod? Yeah. You could just go inside and hold it. Right, but then if you need to look at the camera in the van to check for something, how are you going to do that? By going inside and holding it and also being in the van at the same time? Because you can't. I get it, dude. You're there. Show up. It's a nice feeling when you see perfect face. Yeah, it happens. Ghost, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'll see you later. That's this ghost. We're leaving. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. We're not going to waste our time. It's being a dingus. We're out of there. Yeah, if you only want to rely on the video camera to when you're physically in the space, that's fine. You can. But if you want to retain your sanity and not be in there, sometimes you want to look at the camera from here. Like, if you don't have this on a tripod and then you have to rely by sticking it, like rely on it being on a tabletop or on the floor, the ghost can absolutely kick your camera, move it around, and then you can't see anymore. So, the tripods don't really cost that much. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So that's why I use them. Because why not? Because why not? But hey, man, to each is their own. If you don't like using them, don't use them. Yeah. What makes the tier 3 photo camera better? It takes photos faster.
Welcome back.
Takes photos faster. All right, let's go to Tangle Street. You can rotate the camera. Exactly. You can rotate the camera with the tripod. You can't do that if you don't have a tripod. Amen.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare
Amen.
accordingly before starting the investigation.
Amen.
There have been new reports of a cursed object nearby.
There, go there, there, go there, there, go there. Noki, welcome back. How to get spirit box evidence fast? Knowing where the ghost is. If you know where the ghost is, you can get the evidence quickly. Yeah. All right, Rose, parabolic, escape, and EMF. Let's rock. Kurthor. Ghosty. What was that? Was that here or was that in the garage? Now it's... Oh. Cool. What's my favorite map to play on? Willow. Willow for sure. Throwing a lot of stuff right there in the foyer, so let's check. I saw my breath. Tips for a perfect game? Yeah, be very careful with your photos. Yep. Don't try to take dodgy, like, interaction pics of mugs getting thrown across the room or anything. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Unfortunately, the photo system needs a rework. Yeah. What if you do no evidence and get EMF 5 immediately? Then you're not doing no evidence. Footies. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you far? Relax, dude. Little suspicious. Little suspicious. What are we missing? Nothing? Okay. Little suspicious. Oh, sorry, we aren't singing. Oh, no, no. We can, though, Ryan. We can. Yeah. Oh, touching Nanor. Let's get inside. We're bringing crucifixes. We'll grab a smudge, just in case. What are the objectives? We have parabolic and escape. More fudgies. No, we're not going to delete a message. We're just going to ban. I know what it does. I feel like I'm listening to messages from my 9-year-old. There we go. Easy peasy. The last thing they heard me say was I compared them to a 9-year-old. Go there. There. Did the gold apocalypse with 2 tier 2 equipment. Level 65. Got it after like 30 games. My friend said I did it wrong. Like, wait. I did gold apocalypse with tier 2 equipment at level 65 and got... Wait, how does somebody do it wrong? What? I'm confused. Like, did you get it? I know how the mirror works, Bug. But when I'm standing here and I have 2.4 degrees, I think I know where it is. I got it. He's saying I did it wrong. And wait. So listen. If you got it, if you got the gold trophy, there's no wrong. You got it. What do you mean? Like, there's no wrong here. What? Like, are they saying you got it wrong morally? Like, I'm very confused what they're trying to tell you. And Bot, welcome in. I'm very confused what they're trying to tell you. They're trying to say that you didn't do it right, but you got the gold trophy and you got the ID card, so you succeeded. And they're like, no, you did it wrong. What? That's like getting the ghost right. And then when you go back to the lobby and you're like, hey, I got it right. And your friend's like, no, you didn't. Yes, I did. What do you mean? I think your friend's very confused as to what successfully doing an apocalypse run is. Or challenge is. Yeah. Hey, Jimmy, welcome in. All right. So Ghosty's over there. We can track it doing one of these guys. Yeah. Weird. Hey, Dream. You have a lighter? Yes. Yes. Milky Way, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate you, dude. Are the settings for the demon achievement runs in the server? I don't think they are. No, I think there's actually better ones. Psychic. I think there's better ones that I don't have in there. Yoons, what's up? I'm waiting to see if Ghosty's walking around over here. Yeah, if you got it, you got it. I'm very confused what they're trying to tell you. They're making it very confusing. Demon, welcome in. What's up, Jamie? So we just saw Ghosty go around the corner there. You see how we can track where it is based off of those? So we know that it's there. The only thing we have so far is ultraviolet. That is it. That is it. I'm checking temps. I don't have freezing. It hasn't done writing. Can it be? Oh, no. Oh no. Oh, wait. Where was that? Where was that? It just did a thing. Where? I heard you. That sounded like a switch. Let's turn this off. Oh, no. Are you that one? Oh, no. Is it a Goryo? Is that why we're not getting the second piece of evidence? I think it might be a Goryo. That's why I think it's not giving me the second piece. Or it seems like it's not. Click. What's up, dude? Welcome in. To find the custom. Oh, what? My 1012 custom? Yeah, that's in the Discord. I mean, you can do exclamation point 10x as well, which gives you a good idea of what I change. To know what settings, yeah. Come on, if you're going to be a Goryo, just do it. If you're going to be a Goryo, just do it. Yikes. You see where it is. When the ghost does dots, it goes into a dot state. It goes into a dot state, so it'll do that from where it is. Yeah. How am I still live? I just kept streaming. Yeah. Hey, Will. Could there be a sneaky orb? There could be. Okay, it can't be. You're right. Never mind. Heard a door touch to my left. Ghost is being mean. No. Ooh, can you be a mayor? No, you can't be a mayor. I'm trying to, like, if it's a possible Goryo, I'm trying to get out of the room so we can see the dots, you know? Just walking around over there. Ooh, that's probably one of the closer times I was able to get that, though. Hey, jerkhole. Noob Panda, hello. Yeah, did you see that? It'd be great. It'd be really great if it did the dots walking towards us, because it would be really cool to see it larger in the camera. I did not see it in person. I did not see it in person. So, I think it's a Goryo. Hey. Shh. But if you're looking for Goryo dots, you can't do it in the same room. You can't do it in the same room. So this is technically getting away from it. Should be, anyway. Oh! Oh, there it is. Oh, the little UV. Oh, I haven't seen that yet. Yeah. Good call, song. UV on the little lamp. Yeah. Good call. Oh, you know what else? Oh, wait, the controller. Oh, here. You want to watch TV? Want some technology time? I got you, homie. Here, watch some TV. I got you, friend. And look, and we can know when to check. Because we can see the TV. I wonder if it'll do it right here. Like if I do this over here, like this, if it'll happen right in front of our face. What up, geez? How many games have I played today? Oh, I don't know. A few couple. Oh, I guess we could do this too. We might as well make the most of it. Only if the ghosty cooperates? Correct. I just saw it. I think I just saw it again. Tech, thank you for the 2 months. 2 months subby, yummy. Appreciate you, friend. Thank you. It might not touch the remote with it being right here, though. Yeah. It's not necessarily being stubborn. It's just more over that way than it is over near me. What map do I want to see in the future? An abandoned amusement park at some point. But I don't know how large of a map that would be. I feel like it would be like a medium-sized map. And they added a small map, but if you get, I'm sorry, was that the ghost stuck? If you get a ghost in Point Hope and it's higher up, it doesn't feel like a small map anymore. Yeah, I can call it stubborn? Okay, roger that. Thank you. I appreciate the permission. Maybe the remote needs to be closer. Not to the living room. I think the remote just needs to be closer to Ghosty, like there. Or maybe like there. It's walking around a lot here. Ooh, it just did a yeet of an object right there. See that? But it needs to turn the TV on. That's what we need. We needed to turn the TV on. An abandoned museum? That'd be cool. Why are we still checking dots? Because we're making sure that we are 100% certain that this is a Goryo. Yeah. Also, I want to do this check also while trying to wait for Ghosty to touch the remote control. Yeah. Great. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay. 100%. No questions. We're good. We get it now. Okay. Yeah. A little more obvious on that one. Yeah. It might be. Maybe. You have a question? What's up? Here, maybe she wants it there. You're not convinced? Hey, are you a Goryo? I know, Kiwi. We're pretty certain of what it is, though. Now she's just showing off. They don't exist. Well, tell that to this one. I don't think it's going to play with the remote control, though. It's doing the sensors, but not the dots. That doesn't mean anything. If you heard someone tell you something about that, that's absolute lie. That means nothing. All right. We have ads coming soon. I think we're going to... I could get more stuff. We could go get the objectives, but we got the ghosty. We want to get away from it. We want to make sure that we're not in the middle of a game when ads play. Yeah. Rion, welcome in. Make sure we're out of here when ads play. Gordio.
I've prepared some jobs for you.
All right, we do 3 minutes of ads every hour. So that way, if you are not subbed, if you do not have Twitch Turbo, you don't miss gameplay. So we're going to go to the menu, wait here, get a snack, go potty, do what you got to do. We'll be right back. Posted the question. I got you. I got you, friend. What'd you say? Can we be in the room with the camera and see the Goryo dots through the camera? No, you can't be in the same room. No, I don't know if that's, I don't think that's in the description. Is it? It might be. When a Goryo passes through dots projector using a video camera is the only way to see it. Goryo will usually only show itself in camera if there are no people nearby. So yeah, there you go. So it is actually in the description. Yeah. So this tells you, you can't be in the room with the ghost. Yep. Can't be in there. Oh, Tech, I appreciate you, man. How much longer? I'm not sure, Song. I'm not entirely sure, friend. Yeah, since I know, I mean, Sundays, I know like we're hanging out and we're having a good time and everybody's here and all that jazz. But, you know, Sundays are fam time too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Always. Always. But we also try to address anything that might be like a rumor or a myth that people hear, that this is this, so this is this. And one of the myths that I've heard way back when that I haven't heard in a while, that I just heard for the first time again, was about the ghost setting off the motion sensor, but not and not appearing in dots, which that used to be a thing that some people would say, but it was never, ever true. It was never, ever a thing. People just said it. And then it spread to more people saying it. Just because the ghost walks through a motion sensor when dots are nearby doesn't mean that there's no dots. It just hasn't decided to go into dot form yet. Yeah. It is Splat. It is. Don't want Mrs. Flashy mad at us. No, of course not. Absolutely not. Never. Is it true that Coach Chesney is the world's best looper? I think that she puts up a good fight. Would I like to see new ghosts? Oh, 1,000,000% yes. Yeah. Of course. Of course. Yeah, I'm hoping to see one. I don't know. I'm really hoping to see one around the Halloween update time. I hope so. 'Tis the hope. I remove stuff from the room to get a better chance for dots and writing. And that's a good idea. Yeah. By removing other things, you up your chance for those interactions. How do you get the trophy? The Apocalypse trophy? You do the Apocalypse runs on Sunny Meadows. Yeah. Hey, Christian, what's up, dude? All right. 16 seconds, and then we're done. And then we're back, I mean. You know what I mean? Wouldn't a new ghost mean new evidence? No. There is enough evidence in the game right now that you have multiple ghosts that you can add without needing to create more evidence. Yeah. All right. Let us do a few of these way out the door. We'll do a few 10-12s. We'll do a few 10-12s. Boom, boom, ba-dum. Sumi, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a few no evidence, no sanity runs. These are like my XP runs. These are the ones that I talk about when people are asking like what I do when I want to do some boosting real quick, just to get some XP and some money. This is what I do. This is what I do.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
All right. Let's rock.
Else to report, unfortunately.
Let us rock. So what I do is I always go Crucifix, smudge, lighter, and then we look at our side objectives. So parabolic, photo, incense. We're going to go parabolic. Let's rock. Thank you, Zong. What up, Fluff? How we doing, dude? So no sanity, no evidence. Ghosty's going to hunt us immediately. Why do I hate the poor Ure? Excuse me, that Ure is a stinky stinker, and it doesn't give us what we need. That's why. Ures are stupid. See, Mel gets it. Hi, Mel. Mel gets it. Why don't you guys get it? Hey, Anthony, how are you? Nice. Actually. Oh, hi, pancakes. Uh-oh. She might num this. She might not be a garage ghost. She might just be eventing on us. So careful, SpongeBob. Opal sucks it. Yeah, it's not the greatest. Yeah. Did you see what I posted, Mel? About the 9 of the 10 top suggestions being to change it? Yeah, it's so funny. Well, I guess I'll just take my crucifix and go elsewhere. I see we're not welcome here. So spicy. Just in case. Do this. You never know. Tell the chat how I really feel. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, you bent over. Yikes. Don't look. Listen. Listen. It's not very nice. Hey! You jerkhole! Might be a banshee. It's singing a lot. Seems too fast? No, I'm not. Oh my god! She's at it again! Okay, dude. Get smudged on. Okay. What I need is you. Turn you on. Turn you on. Timer started. Thank you. I need to hurry up. All right, let's go. Run! She's hunched over again. Get this. We'll get another one of these and run. Did it speed up the line of sight? I'm fairly certain that it did. Fairly certain it did. There we go. Get this. Prime, welcome in. How are you? Come on, do it. Do the Banshee whale. Do it. light switch off? Yes. No. Turn it back on. It's like in the room with us. Come on. Be the banshee that we know you want to be. Okay, dude. Okay. Come on. Come on. Hi, Pixel. Come on. Like, really? No, it's not stalking us at all. Some lights. See where we are. Get this. Pixel, thank you for the tier 1. Is that a hiding spot? It breaks line of sight. So it's not technically a hiding spot? Hey, Blue. Lynn, how are you? Welcome in. Come on, Ghosty. Walk. Come on, do it. Come on, do it. You shut your lips. Spicy Pam, I swear to God. Was that behind me? What was that? Wait, what? Okay, dude, come on. Come on. Really? I hate it here. I hate it here. Why did it take so freaking long, man? Come on. We knew it was stalking us. We knew. How do you play a clip? What do you mean? We knew. We knew.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
If I ever get mimicked by a banshee scream, I'll quit. Listen, it's going to happen eventually. It's all a matter of time, dude. Just a matter of time. I have not. Roger that. How do you play a sound? Blurp. That's blurp. How'd you know it was a, no. I needed the parabolic anyway. I needed this anyway. But then it started to really feel like the ghost was stalking us. It felt like it was stalking us, and also it was doing a lot of singing events. So I figured we might as well just go for a twofer here and try to get it. Why not? What's up, Super? Yeah, why not? Why not go for it, you know? Did Rotator's baby come? No, I don't think so. How do you get bits to play a sound? You have to get bits through Twitch. Yeah, it's Twitch currency. Yeah.
All right, we're here. Take a look
Exclamation point blurp, Lucky.
accordingly before starting the investigation.
You like 11.45 on Camp Woodwind? That's cool. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of doing that on Camp Woodwind. Yeah. Hey, Flower, how are you? I like doing Tangle. I like doing Tangle. I go to Willow Street. I go to Grafton. I go to all those. I know a lot of people would like to grind multipliers on Woodwind, and that's totally fine. I mean, you do. Again, I mean, oh, I don't know why I'm grabbing that. You do you, man. Play the game the way you want to play it. I'm not going to knock someone for playing the way that they want to play. I don't care. All right. Motion. But yeah, we'll do these every now and then because it's just a fun little different way to play the game. And then we go back and then we'll do Nightmare. We'll do Insanity. We'll do No Evidence. All the stuffs. All the things. All the stuff. All the things. I think it's to my right. We're about to find out. Owie. I think it was to my right. Is there a fourth carrying slot? Only if you're using the igniter. The igniter would be the fourth slot. Yeah. What's up, Sin? Nope. Other way around, Lucky. We'll get there. One of these days, Alice. One of these days. Shit. I messed up. There we go. Are you a Hantu? Yeah, you are. Okay. Cool. Just checking. Do I need a smudge? No. Let's rock. Yep. You're Han 3? Roger that. Is she crying or cackling? Yes. Yes.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Salsaurus, how are you? Welcome in. What up, Sin? How are you? Yep. Yeah, the command says how to play it right there. Yep. On computer, the component is on your right. On mobile, it's under the stream. Tired? How about you? Oh, I feel that. I feel that. You have a gift. What's up, Sparkle? What up, friend? See, that was much easier. Look how fast this one was. This one was 1:54. I knew it. I knew it. How dare you? How dare you? Gotta work on dinner for the fam. Yeah, no worries, friend. No worries. It's a gift. Thank you. I appreciate it. Arm, thank you for the follow. Oh, what did it do that you knew it was a Hantu? It's speed. Its speed is what gave it away that it was a Hantu, because it was different than a normal ghost, but it was also slower than a twin, because like a slow twin is a certain speed, and it was slower than that. And it also did not speed up with line of sight when it saw me. So I knew that. I was like, well, okay, if I can shut the power off in front of me, I can see its breath. I shut the power off. I saw its breath. So yeah, it's just like slowly using different things to prove that it is that certain ghost, or it's not certain types of ghosts. Yeah. Gamer Wolf, thank you so much for the gifted, friend. Appreciate you. Sub games when? Well, it's not going to be sub game. It'll be viewer games if we reach our monthly this month. Yeah. Yeah. Process of elimination. It's guess who? Does your ghostie wear a hat? Right. Exactly. All right, friends, we might be closing it down from there. YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out with me today, friends. We're going to be live again tomorrow night for the weekly. Much loves. But guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I think we're going to call it. I think we're going to go find someone to raid. Thank you so much for coming in. If you're new here, I appreciate you. If you don't know who I am, if you just happen to scroll across and find me, my name is Flash. I am an official Kinetic partner for Phasmophobia, an official creator for the game. Play lots of horror games. We play a lot of indie horror games. We play a lot of funny games with friends. I post a lot on YouTube. I post a lot on TikTok. I post a lot everywhere. So I have all the socials and all the things. But if you stopped in today and you hung out for just a minute, or you hung out for longer, I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate it a lot. And thank you, Twitch. Thank you, Twitch, man. Thank you, Twitch, for putting me on the front page today for a bit. It's my first time ever being on the front page for a while. So that was cool. That was awesome. So yeah, thank you for the follows, friends. Thank you. Let's go find someone to raid, though. We'll go find someone to say hi to. But the rest, yeah, Sundays, my normal streams are Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8:30 p.m. and Sunday at 1. And that's all Eastern time. Sundays are usually a little bit more on like the nose at 4 because fam time. So I have kiddos and all that jazz. My wife and I, we all hang out on the weekend. Obviously spending time with them. So I usually end at 4, but we knew that today was a little bit different. So obviously hang out a bit longer. Yeah. But I appreciate you guys. Been on here since the start. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. You guys are awesome, man. It was great. If you're new here, it was great to meet you. And I hope to see you again. We're going to do the weekly tomorrow. So there's the Phasmo weekly that comes out every single week. And we do it every week. And I post the video whenever I'm done the following day. Can you ask a dad question? I don't know what that means. How do you stream with kids? Like, how do I stream while I also have kids? Imagine being here since the start. Imagine, dude. Balance and communication. Amen. Amen. Yeah. I have 2 and they make so much noise sometimes. Kids are kids, man. It's what they do. I have 3 kids. I understand what it's like to have children that make a lot of noise, but it's finding the balance. What works for you? What works for you is not the same thing that's going to work for somebody else. So yes, someone could give you advice on this is what works for me. You could try this, but don't take it as like Bible. Don't take it as something that's like, this is exactly what I should do. Try things and see what works for you and your family. See what works for you and your kids, because it's not all going to work. Like I stream during the week after 8:30 because my kids are asleep. That's why I work all day, come home, hang out with my family until stream time. And then I stream and then I'm up editing until 1 or 2 in the morning. And then I wake up at 6 or 7 in the morning and I do it again. And I do that every week. Yeah. Everybody's situation is different, right? Nobody's the same, man. Nobody's the same. Amen. Amen. Yeah, that's when I stream. I stream when my kiddos are asleep. Do I like it? Do I like what? Thank you, Mr. Rafa. Hope you had a great weekend, my friend. Hope your week is not looking too crazy. The routine. Of course. I've been doing it for the past few years. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't be doing it. That's probably the easiest way to put it. If I did not like doing it, I wouldn't do it. The reason I do so much is because I love all of it and I want all of it. Selfishly, I want to do all of it. I I want all of that amazing time that I get to spend with my wife and my kids. I want the time that I get to spend at work, editing and doing cinematography. I want the time here with you guys, streaming, making content after stream is done, during stream, making videos, making funny clips. I want it all. I want all of it. So I bust my ass to do all of it because I enjoy it all so much. Spending time away from all of that to just game with friends, do stupid things, play dumb things. Like, I want all of it. I want all of it. So that's why, because I make time for it. But not, again, backpedaling, you know, Dread, hi friend, backpedaling. Not everyone's situation is the same. I know people that are full-time content creators that get to do content all day, stream all day. I can't do that. Not yet. So it's like, I understand that. And what I don't do is I don't sit here all day thinking, damn it, man, why can't I be like them? Why can't I do that? That should be me. Like, that's not a good way of looking at it. Because if you're looking at it like that, you're going to regret, and you're going to regret a lot of the things that you should appreciate. And you really should appreciate a lot of the things you have. Like, one thing I was taught really early on in streaming is to really appreciate those that show up. Because I think a lot of people will look at their numbers and they take their numbers to heart and say, why aren't more people watching? Instead of, I'm so grateful that these people are here. And I think I held that with me ever since I was at 10 viewers, 20, 50. Like, I've held that ever since. So like, I'm grateful for my entire journey, not just for part of it. So it's being level-headed, being able to humble yourself and understand that all somebody has to do is stop watching you. And that can absolutely hurt you. So you better freaking appreciate everybody that shows up. No, man, you guys are all amazing. I love you guys. I appreciate all of you. Hi, Dahlia. No, seriously, like, whether you're, I know a lot of us say this, but like, whether you're lurking, you're just watching, you don't have time to chat. I lurk in so many streams. There's so many streams I say nothing in. Why? Because I'm just watching. Because I have 15 things happening, but I want to watch still. So I'll have the audio up. I'll be working on something, but I won't be chatting because I have this like feeling in my head that I'm like, if I talk right now, they're going to talk to me and I'm going to feel the need to talk back. And then I'm going to feel bad if I'm not talking. So I'm just going to sit here and watch. I do that all the time. It's this pressure I put on myself as a viewer. Yeah. Imagine lurking. Imagine vid. Doc, I appreciate you. Yeah. It's a real feeling, man. It's a real feeling. Cause like, you want to watch, like, you want to talk and you want people to talk to you. But I absolutely understand if somebody's lurking. I totally get it, man. I do it. I do it. Sometimes you just want to watch and enjoy. If you're learning something, you're like, well, I don't want to talk. I just want to watch. Yeah. I do dishes and laundry most of the time. I have a damn Google up there next to in my kitchen that I'll pull streams up while I'm doing dishes. Yeah. Totally haven't been lurking the entire No, and I appreciate it, man. Whether you're watching for 1 minute or the entire stream, whether you're talking the entire time or you say nothing and you're just watching. I appreciate it a lot. Seriously. Seriously. Laundry lurking? Hey, you got to do what you got to do, man. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Cry. I appreciate it, dude. Welcome in. I do the same. We all do it, man. Listen, you're not alone. Just understand. I think if anything, you take all of this, you bundle it up, you're not alone. A lot of us are all in the same spot. Don't ever watch streams to watch streams. It's to do another thing at the same time because I need to always be doing like 3 or 4 things at once. That's my wife. Yeah. If there's a day where I can do nothing, literally nothing, that's my soul. I love doing nothing. My wife stresses her out. She can't do nothing. She has to do something or else she's going to stress out. Yeah. The brother from another mother. Most of the time, I appreciate you guys. All right, listen. Now's the time. No, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for always listening to the gabs and the random talks. I appreciate it greatly. You guys are amazing, man. Get out of here. We're tired of you. That's fair. That's fair. We'll raid so you don't have to see it anymore. Mr. Wahats. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. I've never lurked a single minute like ever. I totally don't play other games or listen to music or listen to... Don't kick me out of my stream, guys. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right. You know what? I don't ever get to raid here. We're going to go raid here. We're going to raid here. Get out of here, you nerd. Hey. Shut up. All right, guys. Thank you so much for the support today. I appreciate you so much. We will have our Bruce Shark cosplay stream very soon. I have it. It is in my possession. Right here. Gaga, I swear to God, right here. I have it. On that same day, I'll probably eat the hot noodles just because 2-for-1 special here at Walmart. So yeah, why not? You guys are awesome, man. I appreciate you. Listen, if you are not subbed and you want to use a raid command, there is one for you. If you are a sub, that's for you. Creepy little tier 3s, Mr. Song, that is for you. Dahlia, thank you for the 28 months. Oh no, you dropped it. Oh no, oopsie. You got to pick it back up. No, I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. Got a bit of nostalgia playing Sons of the Forest with Hyper. Oh, that's awesome. Missing the song. Oh, that's so cool. You got to play games though. Heck yeah, dude. Oh, you guys can't see it. You guys can't see it. Look, there's a Reptar and a cat dog there now, by the way. I got a Reptar and a cat dog for the shelf. It's covered by the microphone, but it is there. But it is there. I know cat dog was one of my favorites. It was one of my favorites. Dolly, I appreciate you, friend. Yeah, you see cat dog? It's hard to see Reptar, but he's there. But he's there. All right, I never get to raid Siren, so we're gonna see. That was a weird time for Nickelodeon. Yes, but I loved it so much. That was my time, man. That was my nostalgia. That was my nostalgia. Friends, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. If you're new here, I appreciate you guys coming in. Even weirder than Ren and Stimpy was definitely peak weird for that Nickelodeon era. Yeah, if you show that today, you would get absolutely thrown off a cliff. Yeah. It's an odd way of saying the best time. I loved it. Nostalgia, dude. You kidding me? If you're new, this is an actual cell from Hey Arnold from 1996. That's an actual cell. Yeah, and there's a post-it here that the artist actually drew for me. Yeah, trust me. There's a 90s Nickelodeon phone over here. What? Over here. Yeah, trust me. I get it. I get it. Log rolls downstairs alone. Okay, that's enough. All right, guys. I appreciate you. Damn right I'm a nerd. My wife accepts me for who I am, so you shut up. All right. Siren is playing Lethal Company. So she has crowd control on. She has Death's 0 in the corner. We need to make sure we change that. Okay? It says Death's 0. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. If you put Deaths in the corner, there should be one. There should be one. So guys, thank you so much for today. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow for more fun. Peace.